Chapter 303. When he returned to the Wang family, Wang Heng was already home. Wang Heng was also present at the banquet and witnessed everything that Li Chongqing had done. His attitude towards Li Chongqing was even more respectful as he knew that his son had truly made friends with an important figure. Li Chongqing packed his things and prepared to return to Qingzhou the next day. The next morning, when he woke up, he heard Wang Dongxing knocking on the door and saying that Qi Xian had come to visit him. Li Chongqing wasn't surprised. Qi Xian must have talked to his father, Qi Yu, about what happened in Suzhou. Qi Yu must have told his son something. As expected, Qi Xian bowed deeply to Li Chongqing as soon as he came in. Wang Heng and the others at the side were stunned. Qi Xian bowed to Li Chongqing yesterday because he had misunderstood Li Chongqing and affirmed Li Chongqing's abilities. But today he bowed as well. This was different. This was respect towards Li Chongqing. It was the attitude of a subordinate. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they were. What kind of identity did he have to make someone like Qi Xian treat him so respectfully? Mr. Li, I called my father yesterday. My father asked me to greet you on his behalf. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone present was dumbfounded. Qi Xian's father was naturally the sickly Qi Yu. Even the sickly Qi Yu had to greet Li Chongqing. This was too terrifying. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Li Chongqing smiled bitterly. He knew that it was impossible for him to keep a low profile. Mr. Li, this is 300 billion. It's the prize for winning the Ho family. I've already sent all the Ho family members to dig coal. Okay. Li Chongqing took the bank card. This was something that he deserved. After doing all this, Li Chongqing packed his luggage and returned to Qingzhou with Su Jing and the others. At this moment, Qi Xian hesitated and said, Mr. Li, I have a request. It's a personal matter. Li Chongqing was puzzled. What is it? I have a friend who is very obsessed with martial arts. I told her about your deeds yesterday, and she insisted on meeting you. I wonder if you could do me a favor and come with me to meet her? No. Li Chongqing shook his head. I'm going back to school in Qingzhou. He directly refused. Although the other party was Qi Yu's son, Li Chongqing was not some random cat or dog that anyone could meet. When Qi Xian heard this, he immediately became anxious and said in a low voice, It's just that my friend wants to meet you, so I naturally wouldn't dare to trouble you. However, I heard from my father that you are very interested in spiritual herbs. My friend's family has an ancestral ginseng that should be more than 3,000 years old. Sure enough, as soon as Qi Xian finished speaking, Li Chongqing's eyes lit up, but he quickly looked at Qi Xian again. Is this your father's idea? Otherwise, how would you know my weakness? Hearing this, Qi Xian smiled awkwardly and nodded. Yes, my father said that because my friend is not an ordinary friend. She's a girl that I like. But she doesn't like you, right? As soon as Li Chongqing spoke, Qi Xian became even more embarrassed, and even his face turned slightly red. This made Wang Dongxing and the others very surprised. The young master of the Qi family was famous for being cold-blooded, but he actually had such a boyish side to him. All right, I promise you. After saying that, he looked at Su Jing and the others. It's fine, we'll return to Qingzhou first. Su Jing and the others were very tactful. Okay, let's go then. Li Chongqing didn't bring much with him. He only took a leather bag and threw it in Qi Xian's car before setting off with Qi Xian. Not long after he left, a red Maserati stopped at the entrance of Wang Dongxing's villa. Dong Fian walked in, dressed up beautifully. But when she found out that Li Chongqing had left, her entire person seemed to be gloomy. She had dressed up for Li Chongqing. A woman would dress up for her lover. Unfortunately, Li Chongqing wasn't here. What was the use of this gorgeous appearance? No matter where you go, you have to go back to Qingzhou to study. I'll go to Qingzhou to find you, Dong Fian muttered before she left. Li Chongqing sat in Qi Xian's car and headed north. After driving for about 10 kilometers, they got off the highway and walked on a small road in the countryside. Along the way, he found out that Qi Xian didn't come to Suzhou because of the Hou family's invitation. The richest man in Suzhou didn't care about Qi Xian at all. He came to Suzhou because his friend was in Suzhou. On the rugged road, Li Changxing's eyes revealed some doubts. "Don't tell me your friend lives in this mountain?" The road ahead was getting harder and harder. They were about to enter the mountain. Qi Xian nodded with a bitter smile. "When my friend was young, she saw a master flying across the sky. Since then, she was bewitched and began to seek immortality and Tao. Because she was her father's only daughter, he doted on her very much. Although he tried to persuade her several times that seeking immortality and Tao was too far-fetched, she didn't listen and just let her be. Every once in a while, she would stay in a villa in the mountains for a few days. She's not afraid of being laughed at by Mr. Li. I like her, but she's obsessed with cultivation. After she entered the villa, no one was allowed to disturb her. I wanted to see her very much, so I could only use your name to tell her about your deeds. She's very interested in your martial arts." Qi Xian laughed bitterly. To think that he, first young Master Qi, had countless women by his side, but the only one he liked didn't like him. He even had to rely on Li Changxing as an excuse to meet her. "I see." Li Changxing nodded to show that he understood. It was probably because that woman had seen immortal cultivators when she was young. However, immortal cultivators who could fly had to be at least in the finger-profound realm. That woman was about the same age as Qi Xian. If she had seen such a master when she was young, it meant that there were still masters above the finger-profound realm on Earth. They just didn't show themselves, Li Changxing judged in his heart. Soon, the two came to the end of the path. It was lush and green in front of them, with fog lingering around. It really felt like a fairyland. At the end of the path, they saw a villa. Outside the villa, Li Changxing saw many bodyguards in suits patrolling. He immediately understood that the other party was a rich young lady. Since she came to live in the mountains, her father must be afraid that something would happen to her, so he sent bodyguards to protect her. When the two appeared, a bodyguard immediately came out. When he saw that it was Qi Xian, he bowed respectfully. "Young Master Qi, of course, they knew each other. Please help me inform your young lady." Qi Xian looked in the direction of the villa with fervent eyes. Li Changxing, on the other hand, was casually observing his surroundings. The air in the mountains was fresh, and the spiritual qi was much richer than outside. Living here, it was indeed better to cultivate than outside. However, although that girl had been obsessed with cultivation all these years and had found many ancient books on cultivation, without a master to lead the way, it wasn't so easy for her to embark on the path of cultivation. Her father found some martial arts masters to teach her martial arts. However, that girl didn't care for ordinary martial arts. She only wanted to learn how to fly. However, she didn't know that ordinary warriors couldn't really fly, and it wasn't so easy to invite a cultivator. Chapter 304. A distinguished guest came to the villa a few days ago. He knows Dharma spells and is a Taoist cultivator. He's very powerful and is teaching Miss Xia the divine powers to reach the golden core Tao. The bodyguard said to Qi Xian with a hint of awe in his voice. Obviously, he was impressed by the master. Qi Xian was puzzled. "I was on the phone with Uncle Xia a few days ago. I didn't hear that Xia Lin had found any Taoist cultivator. How did such a person with divine powers suddenly appear?" Qi Xian was still puzzled. Although Xia Lin was obsessed with Taoist cultivation, she should be studying in school now. Why would she come to this villa in the mountains at this time? Everything made sense now. So she really found the Taoist cultivator she has been looking for. Young Master Xing introduced him to Miss Xia. The bodyguard knew the relationship between Qi Xian and the Xia family, so he naturally told him everything he knew. "You mean Xing Buxiong?" Qi Xian couldn't help but frown. This was a name he hated. His face was a little ugly. What? Does young Master Xing have a grudge against you? Li Chongqing asked in confusion. He and I have a grudge, Qi Xian said in a deep voice. He also likes Xiaolin and has been competing with me all these years. If he was an ordinary person, I would have taught him a lesson. But he and Xiaolin grew up together, and he is the son of an elder of the Hong sect. The Hong sect is the largest gang in the world. Although the Qi family is powerful in the north, there is still a certain gap between us and the Hong sect. So he is a love rival. Li Chongqing nodded. He understood. May I know the identity of the girl you like? Indeed, if she could be a childhood sweetheart with the son of an elder of the Hong sect, she must have a high status. The girl I like is called Xiaolin. Her father is the leader of the Qing gang. I see. Li Chongqing nodded. The Hong sect and the Qing gang were originally the two largest gangs in Huaxia. They had existed since the Republic of China and had a long history. He had long known of the existence of these two gangs, but he didn't expect them to still be so powerful in modern times. Mr. Li, I want to ask you a favor, Qi Xian suddenly said. Li Chongqing nodded. He had come this time for the ginseng. Moreover, Qi Xian was Qi Yu's son. If he could help, he would naturally help. That Xing Buxiong introducing a martial arts expert to Charlene will probably make her happy, and I definitely can't let Charlene put all her attention on him. So in a while, I want to ask Mr. to show your strength at an appropriate time and defeat the expert brought by Xing Buxiong. Of course, if the other party is really a martial arts expert, then Mr. doesn't need to force it. In Qi Xian's opinion, since Li Chongqing could catch the arrow with his bare hands, his strength was definitely extremely powerful. However, this was still the strength of the human world. If the other party was really a cultivator and knew supernatural powers, then obviously, Li Chongqing would not be able to defeat him. In the past, Qi Xian also didn't believe in the existence of cultivators. But after accompanying Charlene in her search for immortality all these years, he had a little understanding of the cultivation world and knew that cultivators truly possessed all sorts of inconceivable powers. Okay. Li Chongqing nodded. He didn't care. Whether the other party was a sorcerer or a cultivator, he wouldn't take it to heart. Just now, a bodyguard went in to report. Soon, footsteps were heard from the villa. A man and a woman walked out. The woman was wearing a cyan ancient costume and had long hair. She was indeed a heavenly beauty. Next to the woman was a handsome young man in a suit. He had sharp features and bright eyes. He was a very masculine man. Brother Qi Xian, you're here? After seeing Qi Xian, the woman's face lit up. The young man next to the woman didn't speak. He didn't hide his hostility towards Qi Xian at all. Charlene, I heard that you came to the Suzhou villa. I happened to pass by Suzhou, so I came to see you. Qi Xian's gaze towards the woman was as gentle as water. Li Chongqing couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This time, he didn't just happen to pass by. He was clearly here to see the woman. As long as one fell in love, even the smartest person would become stupid. Brother Qi Xian, you said you were going to introduce me to a martial arts expert. Where is he? Charlene's gaze swept past Li Chongqing and then looked behind them. Her eyes were filled with doubt. Li Chongqing looked too ordinary. He was very thin and didn't have any unfathomable aura. Therefore, Charlene naturally excluded Li Chongqing. I forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Li. He's the martial arts expert I brought to you. Qi Xian hurriedly introduced. Hello, I'm Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing took the initiative to extend his hand. Charlene, on the other hand, shook his hand suspiciously. Xing Buxiong couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Xian, if you want to see Charlene, just say so. Why did you find such a lame excuse to deceive Charlene? You're called a martial arts expert. I think you're just a country bumpkin. Ha! Qi Xian couldn't help but be angry. Sing Buxiong, shut your stinky mouth. Mr. Li isn't someone you can offend. Do you know that yesterday, Mr. Li Qixian was about to talk about Li Changxing's battle record but was interrupted by Sing Buxiong. Okay, stop bragging. So what if he's an expert? Charlene is looking for an immortal cultivator. Do you know what an immortal cultivator is? He's the kind of person who's out of this world. With that, he hurriedly said, Charlene, Master Huang is about to set up the array. Let's go take a look. Maybe we can learn something. Hearing Sing Buxiong's words, Charlene also looked anxious. Yeah, let's go in. With that, the two hurriedly walked into the villa, leaving Li Changxing and Qi Xian in the same place. Charlene doesn't know Mr. Li's ability. Please don't take offense. Qi Xian hurriedly apologized to Li Changxing. It's fine. Li Changxing smiled and took the lead to walk into the villa. Walking into the villa, they saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe with a compass in his hand, walking around the villa. He carefully inserted the flags into the ground one by one. Strangely, the flags were made of wood, but he casually poked a hole in the hard floor. Even Qi Xian's eyes were full of surprise when he saw this scene. Originally, he didn't believe it when he heard that Sing Buxiong had found a cultivator for Charlene. But now, seeing this scene, he believed it. At this time, Charlene and Sing Buxiong were looking at the middle-aged man nervously, unwilling to miss any details. Qi Xian walked to Charlene and said, Sister Charlene, I didn't finish the introduction just now. Mr. Li is really capable. Yesterday, he caught the crossbow arrows shot by others with his bare hand. 8 people shot arrows at the same time, but he stopped them all with his hand. Qi Xian told Charlene about what happened at the shooting club yesterday. Sure enough, Charlene looked a little surprised. She turned back and looked at Li Changxing curiously. Thank you for your hard work. You actually went through the trouble to bring me such a martial arts master. I was a little careless. Saying this, she took the initiative to walk to Li Changxing and stretched out her hand. My name is Charlene. Nice to meet you. Li Changxing reached out and shook her hand gently. Then, Charlene turned her head and continued to look at the middle-aged man who was walking back and forth. Obviously, the middle-aged man was more important than Li Changxing in her heart. Sing Buxiong also heard Qi Xian's words. He looked at Li Changxing with a little surprise, but soon shook his head and said, Qi Xian, it's really unusual that you can find such an expert. Unfortunately, he can't compare with Master Huang. No matter how powerful a martial artist is, he is still an ordinary person. Master Huang is a master. Originally, Qi Xian wanted to use Li Changxing to show off in front of Charlene, but he didn't expect to be humiliated. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Who asked Mr. Li to not be a cultivator? If only I could find a cultivator for Charlene. Chapter 305. Look, there's a reaction from the array. Xia Lin pointed at the middle-aged man and shouted excitedly. Sure enough, after the middle-aged man inserted an array flag into the floor, a wind suddenly blew in the room. The doors and windows of the room were all closed, including the air conditioner. At this moment, the breeze was undoubtedly coming from the array. It's really an array. Even Qi Xian's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Originally, when he heard that Sing Buxiong had brought a cultivator to Xia Lin, he still had doubts in his heart. After all, even with his status, he had never seen a real cultivator for so many years. Now, although the wind that rose out of nowhere was very light, he could clearly feel it. It seems that this Master Huang really knows magic. Qi Xian thought to himself. Sing Buxiong, who was next to him, looked at Qi Xian with some pride. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. He had brought a cultivator to Xia Lin, but Qi Xian had not. As for Li Changxing, no matter how powerful his martial arts were, could he beat the magic of immortals? While Master Huang was still setting up the array, Xia Lin turned around and walked to Li Changxing. Mr. Li, I heard about your deeds from Qi Xian. You're really powerful. Although you can't compare to Master Huang, I still admire you very much. I've decided to introduce you to Master Huang in a while. Xiaolin seemed to have given Li Chongqing a great gift. She quietly looked at Li Chongqing, waiting for Li Chongqing to show a flattered expression. Although she was obsessed with seeking immortality and Tao, as the daughter of the Qin gang's leader, she naturally knew what it meant to have a powerful martial arts master. She was willing to form a good relationship with him. Li Chongqing smiled indifferently. What bullsh *T cultivation master? This Master Huang's cultivation was at most at the 8th level of qi refining, which was equivalent to the peak of covert power among martial artists. In a real fight, he was not even as good as Song Yuanhang, whom he had defeated. It was only because the cultivator could show some mysterious means that Xia Lin worshipped him like a god. Li Chongqing didn't care, but Qi Xian couldn't take it calmly. He felt that his arrival this time was really asking for humiliation. He was completely inferior to his rival in love, Tsing Buxiong. But what could he do? He didn't have Tsing Buxiong's luck. At this moment, Qi Xian already had the intention to leave. Although he was also very curious about what would happen after Master Huang set up the formation, he knew that the more miraculous Master Huang's technique was, the more humiliating it would be for him. He looked at Li Chongqing and said, "Mr. Li, why don't we leave first?" Li Chongqing saw the disappointment in Qi Xian's eyes. Thinking that Qi Xian was the son of an old friend, he couldn't help but sigh and say, "There's no rush. Why don't we wait and see what kind of matrix he can set up? And I think the steps of setting up this matrix are quite simple. I want to try it." "What?" Qi Xian's eyes widened. In his opinion, this was the work of an immortal. No matter how good Li Chongqing's martial arts were, he was still a warrior. It was like a racer who could race a car. No matter how good he was at racing, he couldn't fly a plane. They were two completely different systems. Tsing Buxiong and Xiaolin also heard Li Chongqing's words and turned around. Tsing Buxiong sneered, "Friend, do you think setting up a matrix is child's play? Do you think you can just stick a few flags on the ground? You're too naive." Xiaolin couldn't help but shake her head. Originally, Li Chongqing was brought here by Qi Xian. Qi Xian described Li Chongqing to be so powerful that she wanted to befriend him. But now, she couldn't help but shake her head. This was a person who couldn't even recognize himself. How could an ordinary person casually learn the magic of immortals? "Qi Xian, I know you want to show off in front of Sister Xiaolin, but people should know their own limit. You know he's a warrior, but you secretly instigate him to set up a matrix like Master Huang. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Tsing Buxiong suddenly said. Qi Xian was stunned. "I didn't let Li Chongqing set up the matrix." Xiaolin's face revealed a look of realization. She couldn't help but look at Qi Xian strangely. This made Qi Xian blush. He felt like he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He couldn't help but complain about Li Chongqing in his heart. He thought that if this Mr. Li didn't show off, he wouldn't have been misunderstood by Xiaolin. "Mr. Li, this matrix is an immortal matrix. It's not as simple as you think. You can't do it. Your advantage is your martial arts. With your martial arts you can make a name for yourself. Our Qin gang needs an expert like you. As long as you're willing to join, I can talk to my father and let you directly be the hall master." Xiaolin looked at Li Chongqing and said solemnly, "If you also want to learn matrix spells, that's fine. Today, Big Brother Tsing brought Master Huang here to let me become his disciple and learn matrix spells. When I learn matrix spells, if it's not a secret of the sect, I'll teach you some so that you can also embark on the path of cultivation." Xiaolin sincerely wanted to recruit Li Chongqing. However, Li Chongqing himself was a Khanate realm immortal cultivator. Master Huang wasn't even worthy of his attention, so why would he need Xiaolin to learn matrix spells from Master Huang and then teach them to him? However, she had good intentions, so he smiled and shook his head. No need. I think it's quite simple to set up the matrix. Ha ha! Xia Lin was stunned for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but laugh and frown slightly. Originally, she quite admired Li Chongqing for having such a strong strength at such a young age. She didn't expect Li Chongqing to be so ignorant. She had already told him that the immortal's magic was not something that ordinary people could peek at. Did he think that he could set up a formation just by looking at it? Perhaps Li Chongqing's martial strength was good and he was also a talent, but his temperament wasn't good. She already regretted trying to recruit Li Chongqing into the Qin gang. Fortunately, he didn't agree. If such an arrogant and ignorant person joined, it might cause a lot of trouble for the Qin gang. Mr. Li, I have to tell you that you can't brag so casually. Master Huang's matrix spells are beyond your imagination. Xing Buxiong's face carried a bit of ridicule. Qi Xian couldn't help but look at his feet. He felt very embarrassed and his face was a bit flustered. Xing Buxiong still wanted to ridicule Li Chongqing, but before he could say anything, he heard a rumbling sound. Master Huang stomped his foot on the ground, and the whole villa shook 3 times. Then, the flags fluttered in the wind, and a cool breeze blew through the whole house. The breeze had a refreshing smell, and it instantly made people feel refreshed. Master Huang, what matrix is this? Xia Lin couldn't help but go up to greet him. This is a spirit-gathering matrix. Do you see the 81 flags on the ground? Each of them is a treasure refined by my sect after several generations. These flags gather the surrounding spiritual energy, making the people living in the villa immune to all kinds of diseases, prolonging their lifespan, and making it twice the result with half the effort when practicing magic. Hearing Master Huang's words, Xia Lin's face was full of excitement. She almost knelt down in front of him. Master Huang, you're too amazing. Please accept me as your disciple. Chapter 306. This, Master Huang's face showed some hesitation. As the daughter of the Qin gang's leader, Xia Lin was very rich, very rich. The reason why Grandmaster Huang agreed to come here was because he wanted to use Xia Lin's relationship with Xia Lin to join the Qin gang. This way, he would be able to receive the Qin gang's nurturing and obtain a lot of cultivation resources. Just as Master Huang was about to put on an act and nod his head in agreement, he heard a faint voice. His strength is not that great. Even if you become his disciple, you won't be able to learn much. Instead, in my opinion, he wants to get something from you. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the one who spoke was Li Chongqing. When Qi Xian heard Li Chongqing's words, it was too late to stop him. One had to know that Xia Lin had been searching for immortality and Tao all these years. She was extremely obsessed with cultivators and would never allow anyone to disrespect the cultivation world. Sure enough, when she heard Li Chongqing's words, she immediately turned her head and glared at Li Chongqing. Shut up! Who are you to comment on Master Huang's status? Don't think that you're a martial arts expert. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll make sure you suffer. My Qin gang has 30,000 disciples. Are you afraid? Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Qi Xian hurriedly explained, Sister Xia Lin, Mr. Li didn't mean anything else. At this moment, Master Huang also looked coldly at Li Chongqing. His eyes were cold, but there was a smile on his face. May I know who this little brother is? I'm Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing said indifferently, not caring about Master Huang at all. Master Huang frowned slightly. He was a little confused about Li Chongqing's identity. Xing Buxiong, who was next to him, said, This is a martial arts expert. He's quite skilled, but he doesn't know how magical your spells are. Hearing that he was not a cultivator, Master Huang was immediately relieved. He put on an act and said, May I know what Brother Li meant by what you said just now? Although this Huang's Tao is lowly, I believe that I can still teach Miss Xia. Is that so? I don't think you're worthy. Li Chongqing spoke again. Charlene was about to explode, while Qi Xian was helpless to the extreme. Master Huang had a bad temper to begin with. At this moment, his face had turned purple, and a faint aura was rising from his body. The temperature in the room had dropped to the freezing point. Qi Xian and Xing Buxiong instantly found it difficult to breathe. Xia Lin's physique was weaker, and her blood and qi surged up. Her body began to tremble, unable to withstand such terrifying pressure. Grandmaster Huang is angry. Fear appeared in Charlene's eyes. Li, hurry up and apologize to Grandmaster Huang. Charlene's lips trembled as she spoke. Master Huang had a sneer on his face. He purposely released such an imposing aura to intimidate everyone. Hula! A few seconds later, the aura disappeared, and everyone returned to normal. Xiaolin's face was pale as she heaved a sigh of relief. She clasped her fists and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your concern. Please retract your thaumaturgy." Master Huang nodded mysteriously. In fact, with his strength, he could only release this kind of aura for a few seconds at most. After a long time, the true qi in his body would not be able to support it. He looked at Li Chongqing with a dignified expression. "Do you think I'm not worthy this time?" "Unworthy? Of course not," Li Chongqing said coldly. "You." Master Huang couldn't wait to slap Li Chongqing to death. However, he had just used a little of his thaumaturgy, and his true qi was insufficient. He knew that Li Chongqing was a powerful martial artist, so he held back and didn't dare to attack. "Grandmaster Huang, he just said that the array you set up was very simple, and that he could understand it with one look." Xing Buxiong was afraid that Grandmaster Huang would let Li Chongqing go, so he added fuel to the fire. "Is that so?" Grandmaster Huang sized up Li Chongqing a few times, and after confirming that Li Chongqing wasn't an immortal cultivator, he couldn't help but reveal a hypocritical smile. "In that case, Mr. Li is also a Taoist master? Since you don't like my spirit-gathering array, why don't you set one up for everyone to see? Let us admire and learn from it." Li Chongqing sneered in his heart. How could he not notice Grandmaster Huang's probing gaze just now? How could a mere Grandmaster Huang detect the depth of his strength? Since he had already decided to help Qi Xian, he naturally would help until the end. He nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll set up an array for you to learn." Qi Xian was completely speechless. This Mr. Li really dared to say anything. Xing Buxiong also shook his head, thinking that this kid really didn't know his limits. Grandmaster Huang was so angry that his beard trembled. This little brat actually said that he would set up an array for him to learn. Who did he think he was? He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He took the initiative to step aside and made an inviting gesture. "I wonder what this little brother is going to use to set up an array. I can't lend you my flag." Although Grandmaster Huang didn't think that Li Chongqing really knew how to set up an array, he still felt that he had to be careful. This flag was a set of treasures passed down from his sect. If he didn't have this treasure flag, with his strength, he wouldn't be able to set up a spirit-gathering formation. If Li Chongqing really did know a little about formations and borrowed his flag to set up the formation, then he would have no choice but to suffer in silence. "Isn't it just a few lousy flags? I don't need them at all. Just find me a few ordinary stones." "What?" Grandmaster Huang's face turned purple. He had spent so much effort to take out his sect's treasures to set up an array, but in the other party's mouth, it was as easy as playing house. This was simply a humiliation to him. Moreover, to set up an array with ordinary stones was unheard of. Only a finger-profound realm expert could turn something rotten into something magical, but that was impossible. A finger-profound realm expert hadn't appeared for thousands of years. How old was Li Chongqing? Moreover, he couldn't sense any aura of a cultivator from him. However, what he didn't know was that even though Li Changxing wasn't a finger-profound realm expert, he was once an existence that was countless times stronger than a finger-profound realm expert. Wouldn't a tiny formation be as easy as flipping his hand? This guy is really boasting to the heavens. Xia Lin felt that her mind was a little numb. She looked at Qi Xian reproachfully. Qi Xian's face was also a little red. This Mr. Li seemed to like to boast too much. He even casually used a stone to set up an array. However, when he saw the look on Grandmaster Huang's face, he was secretly delighted. Li Changxing was probably deliberately using this method to anger Grandmaster Huang. If that was the case, then his goal had been achieved. Alright, let's begin. Grandmaster Huang couldn't be bothered with Li Changxing. This was a guy who didn't know anything at all and pretended to know. Talking to him would only make him angrier. In the next moment, Li Changxing's gaze searched around the villa and then walked towards the fish tank. Everyone looked puzzled, wondering what he was going to do. He walked to the fish tank and reached his hand into the tank, grabbing some of the decorative pebbles at the bottom of the tank. Is he really going to use stones to set up an array? Everyone felt a sense of absurdity in their hearts. They saw Li Changxing fish out the stones from the fish tank and put them on the ground. Then, he pulled out the flags that Grandmaster Huang had set up one by one and casually threw them on the ground. These were Grandmaster Huang's treasures, but Li Changxing disdainfully threw them aside like trash. Grandmaster Huang's face twitched. If he wasn't waiting for Li Changxing to make a fool of himself, he wouldn't have been able to resist attacking Li Changxing. However, Charlene's eyes showed some distress. It wasn't easy for Grandmaster Huang to set up a spirit-gathering array. Although they had agreed beforehand that this spirit-gathering array would only be used for 7 days to let her experience the feeling of absorbing spiritual energy, it was a very precious opportunity for her to be able to absorb spiritual energy for 7 days. Now that Li Changxing had pulled it out, what if Grandmaster Huang got angry and went back on his word and didn't set up the spirit-gathering array? Everyone's mood was different. Li Changxing directly picked up the pebbles on the ground and casually threw them in a place after a few steps. One of the pebbles even fell under the sofa and was casually taken out by Li Changxing and thrown at his feet. This action made Qi Xian feel even more desperate. Wasn't this playing around? How was this setting up an array? If he could set up an array by casually throwing a few stones, then he would be an array master in the world. Not only Qi Xian, but everyone thought so. A few minutes later, Li Changxing finished throwing all the stones in his hand. He clapped his hands, then picked up the napkin on the coffee table to wipe the water stains on it and said, "It's done." Ha! Grandmaster Huang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xing Buxiong also laughed, and tears came out of his eyes. Meanwhile, Charlene was angrily staring at Qi Xian. "Brother Xian, is this the person you brought me?" Qi Xian opened his mouth but couldn't refute. He looked up at Li Changxing and said with a bitter smile, "Mr. Li Changxing, leave quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here." He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought Li Changxing here. Chapter 307. Originally, he wanted to use Li Changxing to curry favor with Xia Lin, but now, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only did he fail to curry favor with Xia Lin, but he had also thoroughly offended Xia Lin and lost all face. "Why should I leave? Didn't you feel the power of my array?" Li Changxing said in a serious tone. "Power? Bullsh *T power." Xing Buxiong couldn't help but curse. "You just threw a few stones and you really think it's an array? Do you think we're idiots?" "Aren't you an idiot?" The corner of Li Changxing's mouth curled up. "You're courting death." Xing Buxiong raised his hand while Li Changxing clenched his fist, making cracking sound. Xing Buxiong then remembered that although Li Changxing wasn't a cultivator, he was a martial arts expert. Although he had learned martial arts, he didn't dare to fight with Li Changxing. He couldn't help but look at Master Huang for help. In his opinion, only an expert like Master Huang could subdue Li Chongqing. Master Huang had long been angered by Li Chongqing. In addition, his true qi had almost recovered. Just as he raised his hand and was about to attack, Xia Lin suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" Everyone turned their heads and saw that there was a sudden gust of wind at the place where Li Chongqing had thrown the stone. Then, the breeze kept spinning in the middle of the stones. They could feel something like water rushing in from all directions and gathering in the hall. Then, the entire hall was filled with a gray mist. What's going on? Even Xing Buxiong's face was filled with shock. Qi Xian, Xia Lin, and the bodyguards standing at the door were also surprised. They didn't know what was going on. Only Master Huang's hand began to tremble. He exclaimed, "This is spiritual qi." Spiritual qi turned into mist. It's amazing. I can't believe I've seen such a magical spirit gathering array in my lifetime. Everyone didn't hear what Master Huang said clearly, but they heard the words, spirit gathering array, clearly. Master Huang, do you mean that this kid used the stones in the fish tank to set up a spirit gathering array? Xing Buxiong's face was filled with disbelief. Who knew that Master Huang didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he walked in front of Li Chongqing and knelt down with a plop. Huang Qinzhen has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Greetings, immortal master. From Huang Qing'an's point of view, being able to use ordinary stones to form a spirit-gathering formation and turn something rotten into something magical was something that only profound finger experts could do. Li Chongqing was able to do it, which meant that Li Chongqing possessed the methods of a profound finger expert. Even if it wasn't an immortal realm expert, it was definitely a high and mighty figure. Facing such an important figure, Huang Qinzhen was both terrified and excited. He was like a commoner meeting an emperor or a mortal meeting a god. He knelt before Li Chongqing. At this moment, even the other three understood something. Li Chongqing was the true expert who had hidden his true strength. "Get up," Li Chongqing said indifferently. He would not go so far as to bicker with such a small character. Everything he had done was because Qi Xian was Qi Yu's son, and Li Chongqing had casually helped him. Qi Xian's gaze towards Li Chongqing completely changed. It turned out that Li Chongqing wasn't just a martial Dao expert, but also a cultivator. He couldn't help but look at Xing Buxiong with pride. Sure enough, Xing Buxiong's expression was extremely ugly. "Master Huang, what's going on?" Xia Lin still couldn't react. Qi Xian brought this ordinary-looking young man over, but he was actually a cultivator that even Master Huang had to bow to. Mr. Li is a cultivator and a true expert. Compared to him, it's like comparing a candle light to the moon. Xia Lin was completely shocked after hearing Master Huang's words. So powerful! Master Huang, you're not joking, right? At this moment, Xing Buxiong calmed down and asked. Grandmaster Huang was an expert that he had asked around and invited over. He had seen many of Grandmaster Huang's abilities, and was full of admiration for him. However, now that he saw Grandmaster Huang kneeling before a young man like Li Chongqing, doubt arose in his heart. Could it be that this Master Huang is a fake? That's why he doesn't dare to offend Li Chongqing, a martial Dao expert. Thinking of this, he increasingly felt that his idea was correct. He couldn't help but say loudly, "Master Huang, it seems that all of us have been deceived by you." Qi Xian looked puzzled, wondering what Xing Buxiong was trying to do. "Big brother Xing, what do you mean by that?" Xia Lin looked puzzled. "We've all been deceived by these two. I never believed that there were cultivators in this world, but this Grandmaster Huang played a few tricks to deceive us. And this Li Chongqing, he casually threw a few stones and set up some kind of formation. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe it. They're both liars. Little sister Charlene, I was blind and almost caused you to be deceived." Hearing Xing Buxiong's words, doubts appeared in Xia Lin's eyes. Even Qi Xian looked puzzled. It was true that Li Chongqing knew martial arts, but he never said that he knew magic. Xing Buxiong's words seemed to make sense. Li Chongqing didn't say anything when he saw the questioning eyes around him, but Master Huang couldn't stand it anymore. He stared at Xing Buxiong and said in a cold voice, "Young Master Xing, do you know the consequences of saying this?" He was invited by Xing Buxiong through many connections. Now that he was suspected by Xing Buxiong, he was very angry. Being stared at by Master Huang, Xing Buxiong felt a little guilty. But when he remembered that this Master Huang was a fake, he immediately regained his confidence. He immediately raised his head and said, "What? Do you think I will be fooled by you again? I have the Hong sect behind me. You're just a fake. Get out of here now." Master Huang was enraged. He took a step forward and floated in front of Xing Buxiong like a gust of wind. Xing Buxiong was about to say something when Master Huang's palm landed on his chest. It looked like a light hit, but Xing Buxiong flew back more than 10 meters and crashed into the villa's huge tempered glass. Kacha! The tempered glass shattered and scattered across the ground. Xing Buxiong fell to the ground with the tempered glass. When he got up, his clothes were in a mess and his face was bleeding profusely. Master Huang didn't dare to kill Xing Buxiong because of his identity as a member of the Hong sect. Otherwise, Xing Buxiong would have been a corpse by now. Even so, everyone at the scene was completely stunned. Regardless of whether it was magic or martial arts, it proved that Master Huang was a man of true ability. "Now, do you still think I'm a fake?" Master Huang stared at Xing Buxiong with a sinister look, not bothering to hide the coldness in his eyes. Chapter 308. Xing Buxiong shrunk his neck in fear. He thought he was going to die just now, but other than some scratches on his body, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. That was what scared him the most. As the son of an elder of the Hong sect, although his kung fu wasn't that great, he still practiced it. Naturally, he knew that the strength just now was enough to kill a bull. However, he only suffered some superficial wounds, which meant that the opponent's control of his strength had reached a terrifying level. This was enough to prove that this Master Huang wasn't a fake. Xing Buxiong opened his mouth. However, he heard Master Huang's cold voice. "I've already punished you for your disrespect to me. However, not only did you disrespect me, but you also disrespected Mr. Li. Now, slap yourself 20 times as punishment." "What?" Xing Buxiong's face suddenly turned red. Slapping himself in the face in front of so many people, especially in front of Charlene, his sweetheart. Doing such a shameful thing was worse than killing him. "What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then I'll do it myself." Without waiting for Xing Buxiong's reply, Master Huang took a step forward and floated to Xing Buxiong's side. Then, he grabbed Xing Buxiong's hair and lifted him up like a chicken. Then, he slapped Xing Buxiong's face 20 times. When he let go, Xing Buxiong's entire face was swollen like a pig's head. Seeing Xing Buxiong's miserable appearance, Qi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "That's just too ugly." Xing Buxiong was ashamed and angry at the same time. He only felt that the sky had darkened. In fact, it was no wonder he felt this way, because his cheeks were swollen and his eyes were narrowed into slits. Naturally, he couldn't see much light. Charlene couldn't help but glare at Qi Xian. She felt that he shouldn't be laughing at Xing Buxiong at this time. However, the next moment, she couldn't help but laugh out loud because Xing Buxiong now looked too much like a pig. "Mr. Li, I wonder if you're satisfied?" Master Huang looked at Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing was the son of an elder of the Hong sect. With Master Huang's strength, he didn't dare to offend him too much. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Chongqing had also offended Li Chongqing, Master Huang might have just taught him a lesson. "It's done." Li Chongqing nodded. At this moment, Charlene hurriedly rushed to Li Chongqing and knelt down. "Mr. Li, please accept me as your disciple." This again. Li Chongqing was speechless. He raised his hand and an invisible force flew out and helped Charlene up. At this moment, Charlene's eyes were filled with astonishment. This was a true master of cultivation. You don't have to kneel to me, and you don't have to acknowledge me as your master. Seeing that you are Qi Xian's friend, I can teach you a set of entry-level mental cultivation methods. But whether you can get started or not depends on whether you and your cultivation have the potential. With that, Li Chongqing waved his hand. Immediately, little stars lit up in Charlene's eyes because in that instant, a set of incantations appeared in her mind out of thin air. It's amazing! This was truly a celestial being. Please accept my bow. Xiaolin's mind was still a little blank, but Li Chongqing once again used his magic power to support her. I'm not imparting this cultivation method to you for nothing. I heard that your family has a ginseng passed down from your ancestors. I want it. Li Chongqing spoke directly, not hiding his purpose. A cultivator's mind was clear. Although the cultivation method he imparted to her was not that profound, it was definitely worth the price of a ginseng. He was not afraid that she would go back on her words. If he could impart the cultivation method, he could naturally take it back. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Charlene was stunned. You want that ginseng? Why, you're not willing. Li Chongqing furrowed his brows slightly. No. Charlene hurriedly waved her hand. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Isn't it just a ginseng? It doesn't matter. Okay, take me there now. That ginseng is in Suzhou. I didn't bring it here. Let's return to Suzhou now. Charlene was now full of admiration for Li Chongqing. At the same time, she was also somewhat impressed by Qi Xian. This made Qi Xian very happy. At the same time, he was very grateful to Li Chongqing and felt a little apologetic toward Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing was so powerful and resourceful. He was even willing to help him, but he actually doubted him. It was really wrong of him. Li Chongqing and Xiaolin left, leaving only Master Huang and Xing Buxiong in the villa. In fact, Master Huang wanted to learn something from Li Chongqing, but Li Chongqing did not show any intention of taking him along. Naturally, he did not dare to follow casually. It was the first time Master Huang had met a master like Li Chongqing. A master like this could kill at will. At this level, many rules of the secular world could no longer be restrained. He did not dare to anger Li Chongqing. After Li Chongqing and the others left, Xing Buxiong could not help but say, Master Huang, even if I misunderstood you, you didn't have to be so cruel. You embarrassed me in front of so many people. I am the son of an elder of the Hong sect. Xing Buxiong was really angry. He had lost face in front of the woman he loved. Although this Master Huang was resourceful, the Hong sect was not to be trifled with. Sure enough, after hearing Xing Buxiong's words, Master Huang's face showed some fear. He immediately said, Young Master Xing, you think I'm punishing you, but you don't know that I saved you. What do you mean? Xing Buxiong was confused. That Mr. Li just now, don't be fooled by his young age. He casually threw a few stones and set up a spirit-gathering formation. This means that his strength is very likely at the profound realm. Maybe you don't know what the profound realm means, but I can tell you this. He can cast a spell from 1,000 miles away and take your head off. Have you heard of the 100 Steps flying sword? A flying sword came from afar and pierced your heart. If you offend such a person, you won't even know how you died. Although I punished you just now, I also appeased Mr. Li's anger. I was saving you. After hearing Master Huang's words, Xing Buxiong was stunned. He stammered, Is he really that scary? Do you think I would lie to you? Master Huang said with a look of anger. In fact, he was exaggerating a little. Killing someone from 1,000 miles away did exist, but that was already considered an immortal's skill. Seeing Xing Buxiong's resentment turned into gratitude, Master Huang heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to suffer the Hong sect's revenge. Although I exaggerated a little, this Mr. Li is really something. Master Huang thought to himself. This was the first time he had seen someone who could casually set up a spirit-gathering array. Looks like I have to suck up to this Mr. Li next time. It's better than sucking up to this Master Huang. Xing Buxiong thought to himself. Chapter 309. However, Xing Buxiong's thoughts had changed at this moment. Li Chongqing and the others took a car all the way to Suzhou. An hour later, they finally arrived at the Suzhou villa. Entering the courtyard, Charlene directly ordered the housekeeper in charge of the place, open the safe and take out the jade box. The jade box could protect the quality of the ginseng and prevent its spirit qi from dissipating. Therefore, older ginseng were usually stored in jade boxes. The butler seemed to be in a difficult position. This 1,000-year-old ginseng was the treasure of the Xia family, passed down from their ancestors. The reason why it was not placed in the Xia family's residence but in Suzhou was actually because they were afraid that someone would find out and rob it. This housekeeper was actually a super expert of the Qin gang. He followed Charlene's father and was mainly responsible for guarding the ginseng after he grew old. What's wrong, Uncle Kong? My words don't work? Charlene frowned. She was usually very respectful to this Uncle Kong, but today was different. She had been searching for him for nearly 10 years, and her wish was finally about to be fulfilled. She had completely relied on the ginseng to please Li Chongqing. She could not tolerate Uncle Kong dropping the ball at this time. Miss, if you want to take the ginseng, you should at least tell me what it is for, right? Uncle Kong still insisted. Moreover, this ginseng was the Xia family's heirloom and had to be approved by the gang leader. I brought this ginseng to give to Mr. Li. Mr. Li is a cultivation expert, Charlene said eloquently. In her opinion, it was just a ginseng. It was simply too worth it to exchange for Li Chongqing's cultivation technique. However, Uncle Kang's face could not help but darken. Him? A cultivation expert? Miss, have you been deceived? As he spoke, he looked coldly at Li Chongqing. I don't care where you're from or what your purpose is. I advise you not to touch the ginseng. Go back obediently and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Uncle Kong had followed the leader of the Qin gang all his life and had a murderous aura about him. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold aura instantly filled the place. Even Qi Xian couldn't help but tense up. He knew that he was no match for Uncle Kong. However, facing Uncle Kang's covetous gaze, Li Chongqing did not say anything and only looked at Charlene. Choose between the ginseng and the cultivation technique. If you want the ginseng, I will immediately take the cultivation technique. I will not disturb you. With Li Chongqing's strength, even if he took it by force, no one would be able to stop him. However, he was a person who sought peace of mind. If an expert who possessed strength could burn, kill, and plunder, then the world would have long been in chaos. I want the cultivation technique, I want the cultivation technique. Xia Lin was afraid that Li Chongqing would go back on his words and hurriedly said, Uncle Kong S's, Uncle Kong use Uncle Kong use Uncle Kong's Uncle Kong use. To you, right Uncle Ats, S Uncle the time. After saying that, he stood there. Seeing that Li Chongqing didn't react, he moved the dagger forward. The sharp blade was already pressing against Li Chongqing's neck. Just a little more and it would cut his throat. With your strength, you can't even react to my attack. How dare you call yourself a master? Get lost. Uncle Kong said coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Just now, when he tried to test Li Chongqing did not move from the beginning to the end. In his opinion, it was obvious that Li Chongqing did not react. A guy who could not even react to his attack. The title of an expert was simply ridiculous. Take your dagger away, or I'll make you regret it, Li Chongqing said coldly. What? Uncle Kong curled his lips. Are you addicted to role-playing? Do you really think you're a master? I'll count to 3. If you don't get lost, I'll let you die here. With that, Uncle Kong began to count. 3, 2, just as he was about to count to 1. Bang! The gate of the courtyard was kicked open, and then an old man strode in. The old man was wearing a tang suit and had a majestic momentum. Especially when he came in, all the bodyguards of the Xia family were lying on the ground behind him. Who are you? Uncle Kong withdrew the dagger from Li Chongqing's neck and looked at him warily. If Li Chongqing was just a fake master, Uncle Kong definitely did not dare to underestimate him. The bodyguards of the Xia family were all selected from the Qin gang. They were good men, but now they were all lying on the ground, and he did not even hear the sound of fighting from the beginning to the end. There was only one possibility, and that was that the other party had knocked these bodyguards to the ground in a very short period of time. This was something that even he could not do. Ha! I'm Yan Shuangying, the head of the Qinqing sword sect. The other party introduced himself. On the other hand, Uncle Kang's face was full of astonishment. Qinqing sword sect, isn't it a Jianghu sect that only appears on TV? Does such a sect really exist in reality? Looking at Uncle Kang's dumbfounded expression, Yan Shuangying simply smiled coldly. I'm going to attend the sword Dao meet and I happened to pass by Suzhou. I heard that the Xia family of the Qin gang has a ginseng that has been passed down from their ancestors. I've taken a fancy to that ginseng. Now give it to me. As soon as he spoke, Uncle Kang's face immediately turned cold. He initially thought that no one knew that the Xia family had hidden the ginseng in Suzhou, but now it had attracted such a strong enemy. That ginseng is the heirloom of the Xia family. I'm here to guard it under the orders of the gang leader. Whoever wants to snatch it away has to go through me first. Uncle Kong took a step forward with an icy cold aura. He was definitely an expert. However, Yan Shuangying simply smiled coldly and said, "You're asking for death." After saying that, he waved his hand and an invisible sword energy was emitted. Before Uncle Kong could even do anything, his shoulder had already been pierced by the sword energy, and his clothes were stained red with blood. How is that possible? Uncle Kang's face was full of horror. He had already overestimated his opponent's strength as much as possible, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated him. Besides, he thought that he was a top expert in the Jianghu after following the gang leader of the Qin gang around. However, he didn't have time to react at all. The most terrifying thing was that he was injured just by pointing his finger at him from 3 meters away. Is this the legendary sword Qi? Uncle Kong was completely shocked. Hand over the ginseng or die. Yan Shuangying also looked at Uncle Kong coldly and condescendingly, as if Uncle Kong was just a nobody in his eyes. Uncle Kong wanted to say something tough, but when he met Yan Shuangying's icy cold gaze, he immediately lowered his head and nodded. Okay, I'll remember that you stole the treasure of the Qin gang. Chapter 310. With that, he turned around and was about to enter the villa to take out the ginseng. He could sense the murderous intent in Yan Shuangying's eyes and knew that if he refused, Yan Shuangying would attack mercilessly. Although Uncle Kong was loyal to the Xia family, he would not sacrifice his life for a ginseng. Uncle Kong, how can you do this? Didn't you just say that you would guard the ginseng for my father? Charlene blurted out. However, Uncle Kong stopped and said, I'm here to protect the ginseng under the orders of my master. But the other party is too powerful for us to stop. I'm doing this because I'm willing to compromise to protect myself and you, Mississippi. Hearing Uncle Kang's words, Charlene shook her head. Uncle Kong, I've already promised to give the ginseng to Mr. Li, so you can't give it to him. Besides, with Mr. Li around, we don't have to be afraid of him. He's very powerful, Charlene said. She first listened to Qi Xian talk about how powerful Li Chongqing was, then saw Master Huang's respect for Li Chongqing. She personally experienced Li Chongqing's magic and imprinted a cultivation method in her mind. In her opinion, these were all immortal-like means. Uncle Kong shook his head. Miss, don't be silly. You've been deceived by him. He's not a master, he's just a big liar. He couldn't even dodge one of my moves just now. If I want to kill him, 1 second is enough. How can we expect such a person to help us? Hearing Uncle Kang's words, Charlene couldn't refute. Indeed, Li Chongqing was easily subdued by Uncle Kong just now, which was also a fact. Is he really a liar? But what's with the cultivation method in my mind? Charlene suddenly fell into a dilemma. At this moment, Qi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. He was a martial artist who pursued the highest realm of martial arts. When he saw Yan Shuangying attack just now, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. He pierced Uncle Kang's shoulder from 3 meters away. This technique was too amazing. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the door of a new world open to him. The highest realm of martial arts, the legendary sword Qi. Qi Xian muttered to himself. If Yan Shuangying was not an enemy, he would have knelt on the ground and begged Yan Shuangying to take him in as a disciple. As for Li Chongqing, he was indeed very powerful. However, he felt that he was no match for Yan Shuangying. A proud smile appeared on Yan Shuangying's face. 1,000-year-old ginseng was definitely a treasure in this world where spiritual qi was scarce. He did not expect that he would be able to obtain it so easily. However, this was completely within his expectations. A mere Qing gang was nothing more than a group of ordinary people. He had casually revealed a bit of his strength, and it was enough to subdue everyone. He was also very satisfied with Uncle Kang's cooperation. He was initially a little worried about participating in the Sword Dao meet this time because there were several old opponents, especially the sect leader of Shu Mountain, Sima Chongkong. He heard that Sima Chongkong had already reached the peak of the Khanate realm, and he was not confident of defeating him. However, if the quality of the Xia clan's ginseng was high enough, it would be able to raise his strength by a notch before the Sword Dao conference. Then, he might be able to suppress Sima Chongkong during the conference, allowing the Qingqing sword sect to completely overshadow the Mount Shu sword sect and become the leader of the Sword Dao alliance. At the thought of this, Yan Shuangying almost burst out laughing. Xia Lin did not stop Uncle Kong again because she felt that what he said seemed to make sense. Since Li Chongqing was so strong, how could he have been subdued by Uncle Kong in one move? Besides, Yan Shuangying was indeed very powerful. Li Chongqing's power lay in his magical means, which was far less impactful than Yan Shuangying's. Bloody, powerful, and domineering. Xia Lin even felt that Li Chongqing's cultivation method was useless. It would be great if she could become Yan Shuangying's disciple and learn his cultivation method. Soon, Uncle Kong took out the ginseng. It was contained in a white jade box, and there was still some cold air on it. It was a rare cold jade that was the best material for storing ginseng. When Uncle Kong opened the cold jade box and revealed the lifelike ginseng inside, Yan Shuangying's eyes lit up immediately. He originally thought that the ginseng was at most 2,000 years old, but now it seemed that it was probably more than 5,000 years old. I've picked up a treasure this time. Yan Shuangying was already a little impatient. At this time, Xia Lin suddenly took a step forward, bowed to Yan Shuangying, and said, "Senior, this ginseng is my Xia family's heirloom. Can you accept me as your disciple for the sake of this ginseng?" Yan Shuangying was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Xia Lin up and down and finally shook his head. "Your physique is not good enough to meet my standards for accepting a disciple." Hearing Yan Shuangying's refusal, Xia Lin's face showed a little disappointment, but she continued to say, "Since Senior is unwilling to accept me as your disciple, can you teach me the cultivation method? This ginseng will be my reward, and you don't have to bear the name of snatching it. Yan Shuangying's face suddenly showed interest when he heard this. Indeed, the dignified Qingqing sect leader came to snatch a secular family's ginseng. Although the cultivation world was very cruel, he usually boasted of being a righteous sect, so it was inevitable that people would laugh at him. If he could pay a simple cultivation method in exchange for the ginseng, it would not be a loss. He definitely would not pass on the real cultivation method of the Qingqing sect to Xiaolin, but the Qingqing sect had collected many martial arts of various sects, which was already a treasure for ordinary people. At this time, Qi Xian finally reacted. When he heard that Xiaolin wanted to give the ginseng to Yan Shuangying in exchange for the Qingqing sect's cultivation method, although he also thought that Yan Shuangying's cultivation method was much more valuable than Li Changxing's, Xiaolin had already promised Li Changxing. How could she go back on her words? So he said, "Xiaolin, you can't do this. You've already promised Mr. Li in advance. If you do this, you'll violate your previous promise. Moreover, Mr. Li has already passed on the cultivation method to you." Hearing Qi Xian's words, Xiaolin shook her head directly. It's obvious that Mr. Li is not as powerful as Senior Yan Shuangying, and the cultivation method he passed on to me is probably not mainstream. How can it compare to Senior Yan Shuangying's cultivation method? Of course, I have to sell it for a good price. But you've already agreed with Mr. Li. Mr. Li passed on the cultivation method to you. Qi Xian spoke again. At most, I'll ask him to take it back. With Senior Yan Shuangying's cultivation method, do you think I want the lousy cultivation method he gave me? This, Qi Xian didn't know what to say. At this time, Yan Shuangying also understood that the little girl of the Xia family had already used the ginseng to exchange for the cultivation method with someone else. However, he didn't care. He was determined to get the ginseng, and in his opinion, no one could stop him. He looked at Li Changxing. "Boy, the ginseng that the little girl promised to give you now belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" Yan Shuangying was very confident. In his eyes, Li Changxing was just an ordinary person who had used some means to cheat the ginseng. Now that he had spoken, how could Li Changxing dare to refuse? Although Qi Xian felt that Xiaolin's actions were inappropriate, he didn't continue speaking because it was obvious that even if Xiaolin gave the ginseng to Li Changxing wouldn't be able to keep it. Yan Shuangying was too powerful. Now, everyone thought that Li Changxing would choose to give in. However, they saw Li Changxing speak slowly. "Of course, I have objections." Chapter 3:11. What? Everyone present was stunned. They did not expect Li Changxing to be so bold as to go against Yan Shuangying. Qi Xian could not help but slap his forehead. He had forgotten about Mr. Li's temper. Yan Shuangying's eyes showed some disdain. He snorted and said, "An ant who doesn't know his place will only invite the fate of being trampled to death." Xiaolin had already blurted out, "Li Changxing, what right do you have to have an opinion? The ginseng is mine. It's my right to give it to Senior Yan Shuangying." "But you've already exchanged the ginseng with me. The ginseng is mine now," Li Changxing said indifferently. "Isn't it just a cultivation technique? I regret it. Take your cultivation technique back. The ginseng is still mine." Xiaolin said loudly. "We've already reached an agreement. I've also asked if you were willing, and you nodded. If you go back on your word now, it's a breach of contract. Not only will I take back the cultivation technique, but I'll also take back the ginseng," Li Changxing said coldly. When Xiaolin agreed to exchange the ginseng for the cultivation technique, Li Changxing had already regarded the ginseng as his own. Someone who dared to snatch his things was clearly tired of living. However, Yan Shuangying, who was beside him, thought the same. He looked at Li Changxing with a cold gaze. "You dare to snatch my things? You're simply an old man who has eaten arsenic. You're tired of living. Now, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words and make a new decision. Yan Shuangying exuded a cold aura, which made everyone present feel suffocated. Li Chongqing, in particular, was under the greatest pressure. Now, I'll ask you again. Is the ginseng yours or mine? Yan Shuangying had a cold smile on his face. He had released such an aura so that Li Chongqing would know his strength and retreat. The ginseng is mine. Li Chongqing raised his head slowly and looked straight at Yan Shuangying. He's too stubborn. Qi Xian couldn't help but worry for Li Chongqing. On the other side, Charlene and Uncle Kong could not help but shake their head. In their eyes, Li Chongqing was clearly courting death. Did he not see Yan Shuangying's godlike methods? Brat, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame this old man for being merciless. Yan Shuangying took a step forward and raised his hand. Mr. Li, be careful, Qi Xian exclaimed. At that time, Yan Shuangying had only casually waved his hand, and that Uncle Kang's shoulder had been pierced. At this moment, it was very clear that the other party was much more serious than when he was dealing with Uncle Kong. This meant that his attack power was much stronger. Uncle Kong revealed a cruel look in his eyes. This damned brat, how dare you lie to my family's young miss? Let's see how you'll die. His shoulder was pierced through by Yan Shuangying's sword qi, but he didn't dare to hold a grudge against Yan Shuangying. Instead, he hoped that Li Chongqing would also be injured by Yan Shuangying and suffer more than him. That way, he would be able to find balance in his heart. As expected, a sword light was condensing on Yan Shuangying's palm. Everyone could clearly see that under his command, the sword qi suddenly rushed out and stabbed towards Li Chongqing. It's over. Qi Xian couldn't bear to see it, but he turned his head to the side. However, in the face of the sharp sword qi, Li Chongqing suddenly raised his hand, and the sword qi instantly dissipated as if it had met its nemesis. Next, Li Chongqing took a step forward and suddenly slapped Yan Shuangying's face with his palm. His body turned into an afterimage, and with Yan Shuangying's head, he directly rushed towards the wall behind him. Boom! While everyone was dumbfounded, Yan Shuangying's entire head was slapped into the wall, and the surrounding bricks cracked like a spider web. When Li Chongqing took his hand away, Yan Shuangying fell limply to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching continuously. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The awe-inspiring leader of the Qingqing sect had been knocked unconscious in such a tragic way. Li Chongqing turned his head and looked at the butler, Uncle Kong. Did you just say that I can't block one of your moves? Uncle Kong was so scared that his hand trembled, and the ginseng fell. However, before it could fall to the ground, Li Chongqing gently waved his finger. More than 10 meters away, the ginseng seemed to be pulled by an invisible string and floated to Li Chongqing's side, falling into Li Chongqing's hand. Li Chongqing turned his palm and the ginseng disappeared. This scene made everyone feel like they were in a dream. This was simply an immortal's spell. Yan Shuangying, who had been twitching on the ground, forced his eyes open. When he saw this scene, he was so scared that his body trembled and he started twitching again. Stop pretending, Li Chongqing said coldly. Get up right now, or I'll take your life. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Yan Shuangying stopped twitching and got up from the ground with an embarrassed smile. There were 5 clear palm prints on his cheek, and his nose was slapped crooked. He looked very funny, but now no one could laugh. Leave something, and I'll let you go, Li Chongqing said coldly to Yan Shuangying. Yan Shuangying's hand trembled, and he hurriedly took out a bag-shaped object and handed it to Li Chongqing. It was a broken Qiankuan bag. Li Chongqing took it and checked it with his divine consciousness. He could see that the Qiankuan bag was filled with medicinal herbs. These were all plundered by Yan Shuangying along the way. Now, Li Chongqing had benefited from them. Get lost, Li Chongqing said coldly. However, Yan Shuangying did not leave immediately. Instead, he said hesitantly, That Qianquan bag. Li Chongqing immediately understood that Yan Shuangying was reluctant to give up the Qianquan bag. A broken bag. Here you go. After Li Chongqing transferred the medicinal herbs into his Qianquan bag, he threw the bag to Yan Shuangying. Thank you, Mr. Yan. Yan Shuangying, who had come with incomparable prestige, was now as humble as a grandson. He was really afraid that Li Chongqing would not give him the Qianquan bag. However, he did not know that his Qianquan bag was just a defective product. Moreover, it could only hold so few things. Li Chongqing did not care about it at all. Get lost. Li Chongqing waved his hand, too lazy to look at him. Yan Shuangying did not dare to have the slightest resentment. He turned around, took a step, and flew away. Although Xiantian experts could not really fly, they could use the true qi in their body to temporarily soar in the air. Yan Shuangying was afraid that Li Chongqing would go back on his word. Therefore, he chose to leave quickly even if it consumed the true qi in his body. However, Charlene couldn't help but tremble when she witnessed this scene. Flying. This is a real Taoist cultivator. When Xia Lin was young, she saw a Taoist cultivator fly over her head. Because of this, she became obsessed with Taoist cultivation. Now, she finally saw a Taoist cultivator who could fly again. Li Chongqing immediately understood that the Taoist cultivator Xia Lin was talking about was actually for this reason. He was afraid that it was not a finger-profound realm expert, but a Xiantian cultivator who could use true qi to temporarily soar in the air. The so-called soar in the air was not really flying. True flying was to be able to break free from gravity and soar in the sky. However, soar in the air was just a short distance away from the ground. This senior Yan Shuangying was actually an immortal. However, he was still defeated by Li Chongqing. Xia Lin could not help but feel extremely vexed. She did not cherish the cultivation method that Li Chongqing imparted to her. Instead, she asked for Yan Shuangying's cultivation method. Wasn't this the same as throwing away a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds? Chapter 312. Mr. Li. Xia Lin wanted to say something. However, Li Chongqing waved his hand and Xia Lin discovered that the cultivation technique that Li Chongqing had imprinted in her mind had disappeared. Mr. Li, I was wrong. Xia Lin knelt down in front of Li Chongqing. Mr. Li, please give me the cultivation technique again. Seeing Xia Lin's pitiful appearance, Qi Xian couldn't bear it. However, when he thought of what Xia Lin had done, he opened his mouth but didn't ask Li Chongqing for mercy. Li Chongqing saw Qi Xian's expression and finally nodded. Although he liked Xia Lin, he wasn't hopeless. Ignoring Xia Lin's pleas, Li Chongqing looked at Steward Kong. Steward Kong still hadn't replied to his question. Sir, Uncle Kong said in a trembling voice. Just as he was about to plead for something, Li Chongqing gently pointed his finger at him. Then, he was sent flying backward. He smashed through the glass of the villa and fell into the house. This is just a small punishment for you. In the future, you'll know that there is always someone better than you. With that, Li Chongqing turned and walked out of the villa. As for Xia Lin, who was kneeling there pitifully, he didn't even bother to look at her. Xia Lin collapsed on the ground, as if all her strength had been sucked out. She had been searching for 10 years and finally met a true cultivation expert, but she missed him. She regretted it so much that she wanted to slap herself. Seeing Li Chongqing leave, Qi Xian hurriedly followed. When he passed by Xia Lin, she suddenly hugged his leg. Brother Xian, please help me ask Mr. Li for mercy. Please let him pass the cultivation technique to me, okay? Seeing Xia Lin's humble appearance, Qi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Is this the goddess in your heart? He shook his head. Xia Lin, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you've disappointed Mr. Li and me too much. After that, he gently removed her hands from his thighs and resolutely followed Li Chongqing. At this moment, he seemed to have understood something and also seemed to have grown up all of a sudden. Charlene asked you to plead with me, why didn't you do that? Walking out of the villa and getting into the car, Li Changxing looked at Qi Xian. The Charlene I liked was a pure and flawless girl, but she's not anymore. She clearly made an agreement with you, but she went back on her words. She disappointed me. At the same time, I also understand that my lowly status can't be exchanged for true feelings. Although there was still some sadness in Qi Xian's eyes, Li Changxing knew that he had already made up his mind. Everyone had an ignorant youth and a relationship. It was obvious that Qi Xian had already let go. Congratulations on being yourself. Li Changxing patted Qi Xian's shoulder and said softly, let's go. Qi Xian drove Li Changxing back to the city of Suzhou. Li Changxing didn't stay, but took the plane back to Qingzhou. The matter here was over, so there was no point in staying. It wasn't a long distance from Suzhou to Qingzhou. They arrived in an hour. This trip to Suzhou was considered to have some gains. A 5,000-year-old ginseng, plus what he plundered from Yan Shuangying's Qinkuan bag, was enough for Li Changxing to refine another elixir. Just as Li Changxing entered the neighborhood and walked to the door of his villa, he saw a figure standing at the door of the villa looking into the courtyard. It was Ding Qingxue. Why are you here? Li Changxing looked puzzled. Hearing Li Changxing's voice, Ding Qingxue was pleasantly surprised. Mr. Li, you're finally back. That made Li Changxing even more puzzled. He had interacted with the siblings many times and knew that Ding Qingxue was born with a cold demeanor. Today, she smiled when she saw him, as if she had seen a long-lost relative. It was really not in line with Ding Qingxue's character. Mr. Li, I'm here because I have something to ask of you. Ding Qingxue stammered. Thinking of her previous attitude towards Li Changxing, she blushed slightly when she came to beg him. What's the matter? Li Changxing was not surprised. He had gained a lot of benefits from 100 Herb Hall and naturally knew that there was no free lunch in this world. The two disciples of Shu Mountain definitely had something to ask of him. Well, the sword Dao meet that is held once every 3 years is about to be held. Do you know about it? Sword Dao meet? Li Changxing furrowed his brows. He had just woken up not long ago, so he naturally didn't understand what was going on in the cultivation world. You really don't know about the sword Dao meet? Ding Qingxue was surprised. In her opinion, since Li Changxing was so powerful, he should be a member of the cultivation world. How could he not know about the famous sword Dao meet? Just tell me what the sword Dao meet is. I really don't know. There was no need for Li Changxing to hide it. After sizing up Li Changxing a few times and making sure that Li Changxing was not lying, Ding Qingxue said, the sword Dao meet is a grand event for all the sword Dao sects in China. All the major sword Dao sects from China will participate, and a leader will be selected at each sword Dao meet to be the leader of the sword Dao alliance. This time, the sword Dao meet will be held in a few days and the sect leader of Shu Mountain, Sima Changkong, will also participate. Is Sima Changkong your uncle master? Li Changxing remembered that the person who had an arm severed by him at Xinglong Street and fled in a sorry state was the sect leader of Shu Mountain. At the mention of Sima Changkong, there was some hatred in Ding Qingxue's eyes. However, Li Changxing was not too concerned about the grudges in their sect. He just wanted to know what the Ding siblings wanted him to do. Since he had received a favor from the Ding siblings, he naturally had to repay them. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with him. This time, I'm here to ask you to represent us at the sword Dao meet. Isn't Sima Changkong from Shu Mountain going to participate? Wouldn't there be 2 people from Shu Mountain then? Li Changxing naturally knew that it was impossible for Ding Qingxue and the rest to reconcile with Sima Changkong. That's right. It's precisely because Sima Changkong will participate that we came to beg you. Sima Changkong will succeed as the sect leader of Shu Mountain, but he's usurping the position. Many of his colleagues in the cultivation world don't recognize him. However, if he wins the Sword Dao meet this time and becomes the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance, then it'll be a done deal. No one will dare to question his position as the sect leader of Shu Mountain, so he must not be allowed to win. Only Mr. Li can defeat Sima Chongkong in front of all the Sword Dao sects and let everyone know that my brother and I are the orthodox Shu Mountain. When the time comes, we can use the prestige of the Sword Dao Alliance to take back the position of the sect leader of Shu Mountain step by step. I see. At this point, Li Chongqing already understood everything. Sima Chongkong wanted to win the Sword Dao meet to prove himself, and the siblings wanted to use Li Chongqing to stop Sima Chongkong. Chapter 313. Okay, I promise you. Li Chongqing nodded. Thank you. Ding Qingxue was overjoyed. Although she and her brother had helped Li Chongqing get a lot of spiritual herbs, the value of those spiritual herbs was far from enough to invite a super expert like Li Chongqing to help. She originally thought that Li Chongqing would ask for an exorbitant price, but she didn't expect Li Chongqing to agree so easily. However, she didn't know that in Li Chongqing's opinion, Sima Chongkong was just like an ant, and he was just doing it casually. If he could repay the siblings for helping him find medicinal herbs, it would definitely be worth it. Since you've agreed, come with me, Mr. Li. Ding Qingxue said. Didn't you say that the Sword Dao meet will be held in a few days? Where are we going now? An elder of Shu Mountain who supports us is here. He was the one who told us about Sima Chongkong's purpose. He wants to see you, Mr. Li. After hearing Ding Qingxue's words, Li Chongqing understood. The other party was an elder of Shu Mountain who had always supported the siblings. The Sword Dao meet this time was of great significance. Hence, he naturally had to know who the trump card that the siblings were talking about was. Okay. Li Chongqing didn't decline. He didn't even enter the villa and simply followed Ding Qingxue to the 100 Herb Hall Pharmacy on Xinglong Street. When he walked in, he heard the sounds of fighting and saw that Ding Qingyang was fighting with an old man. Ding Qingyang himself was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, which was equivalent to a martial artist at the Guru realm. He was very powerful, but the old man was even more powerful. He easily blocked Ding Qingyang's every attack. The other party is at the 10th level of Qi refinement, infinitely close to the Khanate realm. Li Chongqing could tell the other party's strength at a glance. Hearing the footsteps, Ding Qingyang and the old man finally stop. After seeing Li Chongqing, Ding Qingyang's disciple, Zhou Xing, who was watching at the side, had some fear on his face. He still had some lingering fear of Li Chongqing. Mr. Li, you're here. After seeing Li Chongqing, Ding Qingyang hurriedly came forward to bow. The old man, on the other hand, frowned. This is the Mr. Li you mentioned? The old man's eyes were filled with shock. When he found out that the Shu Mountain sect leader, Sima Chongkong, was going to participate in the Sword Dao meet to consolidate his position, he hurriedly went to look for Ding Qingyang and his sister, asking them to think of a way to stop him. Ding Qingyang said that there was an expert in Qingzhou. As long as he was willing to help, Sima Chongkong had no chance of winning. The old man was very happy. When Ding Qingxue went to invite Li Chongqing, he was still guessing what kind of sage-like expert he was. But Li Chongqing's appearance clearly disappointed him. He was so young, so ordinary, and he couldn't feel the slightest bit of true qi from Li Chongqing. This kid is actually called an expert? The old man shook his head. Sir, this is Elder Yu Feng of the Shushan sect. After that, he introduced him to Yu Feng. This is the Mr. Li I told you about. Hello. Li Chongqing cupped his hands towards Yu Feng in Jianghu etiquette. To his surprise, Yu Feng did not respond. Instead, he sized up Li Chongqing a few times before glaring at Ding Qingyang angrily. I came all the way here from Shushan, but you guys actually found such a young kid. Nonsense. After saying that, He flicked his sleeves and strode into the medicine store. Ding Qingyang couldn't help but look a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly apologized to Li Chongqing. "Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. My uncle master doesn't understand your abilities." "It's okay." Li Chongqing smiled. "Now that we've met, I'll go home first. Come and pick me up when it's time to set off." After saying that, Li Chongqing turned around and left. Ding Qingyang opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Ding Qingxue sighed and said, "Oh no, Mr. Li won't be angry, right?" Ding Qingyang was also a little worried. "We'll find more spiritual herbs to compensate Mr. Li in the future, but Elder Yu needs us to explain clearly now." After Ding Qingyang said that, the siblings hurriedly walked into the house. However, she saw that Elder Yu was currently sitting down angrily and sulking by himself. "Elder Yu!" Ding Qingyang called out, and Elder Yu immediately turned his head. "I'm so disappointed in you and your sister. This sword Dao meet is your only chance to defeat Sima Chongkong and prove to the world of Dao who is the orthodox Shu Mountain sect. However, you found such a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Do you think this is a joke? Elder Yu, don't be angry. Mr. Li is really strong. Sima Chongkong's arm was chopped off by him." Elder Yu pursed his lips. "You two are really good at making things up. Sima Chongkong said that the reason his arm was chopped off was because he met a super powerhouse. That super powerhouse is an old monster who has cultivated for thousands of years. He's a finger-profound realm expert. How could it be him?" The siblings didn't know what to say. It turned out that Sima Chongkong was afraid of embarrassing himself after going back, so he fabricated the image of a super powerhouse. This time, the siblings didn't know how to explain. "Elder Yu, what we said is true." Ding Qingyang still wanted to explain. However, Elder Yu slammed his hand on the table. Bam! He stood up. "Okay, just take it that it's true. I'm going back to Shushan. You guys take care of yourselves. I'm very disappointed in you." After saying that, he left, leaving Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingyang standing there looking at each other. "What should we do, brother?" Ding Qingxue asked Ding Qingyang. "What else can we do? We can only wait for Mr. Li to show his prowess, and Elder, you will naturally understand that we did the right thing." "Yes." Ding Qingxue nodded. They were extremely confident in Li Chongqing. Although it was rumored that Sima Chongkong had not only regrown his arm after returning to Shushan, but his strength had also improved greatly. However, how could he be a match for Li Chongqing? 7 days passed quickly. On this day, Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue came to pick up Li Chongqing on time. The sword Dao meet was held at Lonely Mountain, which was not far from Qingzhou. Besides, the sword Dao meet would be held tomorrow, so they set off a day in advance. They drove at a moderate speed, and about an hour later, they arrived at a small town. From the car window they could see a mountain range rising into the sky. It was Lonely Mountain, and the martial arts meet was held in the small town at the foot of Lonely Mountain. Ding Qingyang had already booked a hotel there in advance. After they checked in, Ding Qingyang said to Ding Qingxue, because it was still early, "Sister, Lonely Mountain is also a scenic spot, and it's where the sword Dao meet has been held. Why don't you show Mr. Li around?" Hearing her brother's words, Ding Qingxue's face turned slightly red. Before coming, her brother had told her that he felt that Li Chongqing was a good match for her because he was young, had good martial arts, and kept a low profile. Hence, he wanted her to seize this opportunity. Ding Qingxue said that she did not have any feelings for Li Chongqing, but now that her brother said that, she knew that her brother had not given up yet. He wanted her to go out with Li Chongqing in order to create an opportunity for them to be alone. To be honest, Ding Qingxue herself did not know how she felt about Li Chongqing. In the beginning, she disliked Li Chongqing, but after several incidents, she realized that Li Chongqing was not that annoying. She felt that she would not fall in love with Li Chongqing because of that. Besides, Ding Qingxue had a cold personality and had never been in a relationship before. Hence, she did not know what true feelings were. Li Chongqing happened to want to go for a walk, because he found that lonely mountain was very unusual. At the very least, the spiritual energy there was richer than other places. Chapter 3:14. After leaving the hotel, the two of them went up Lonely Mountain. Li Chongqing confirmed that there was indeed a small spiritual vein at the foot of this lonely mountain. However, this spiritual vein was too small and could only affect an area of 20 to 30 miles around the lonely mountain. The further away from the lonely mountain, the spiritual qi would return to normal. Although the concentration of spirit energy was much stronger than other places, it was actually equivalent to the concentration of spirit energy gathered by the spirit gathering array in Li Chongqing's villa. This made Li Chongqing slightly disappointed. It would be great if the concentration was 2 or 3 times higher. Li Chongqing thought to himself. Ding Qingxue saw that it was getting late and said that she wanted to return to the hotel. Therefore, when the two of them walked down the mountain, they heard a surprised voice after taking a few steps. Qingxue, why are you here? It was a woman in red who was dressed very beautifully, especially her flaming red lips. She was completely different from Ding Qingxue. Guofu, it's actually you. After seeing the woman, Ding Qingxue's face lit up. Guofu was the daughter of a kendo family. The family head of the kendo family and the former sect leader of Shushan, who was Ding Qingxue's master, had a very good relationship. The two of them had known each other since they were young. Since Sima Chongkong succeeded to the throne, Ding Qingyang and his sister had roamed the world and had not seen each other for many years. At this moment, they were naturally very happy to meet an old friend in a foreign land. This is... Guofu looked at Li Chongqing, who was next to her. This is Mr. Li, my friend. Ding Qingxue's face was slightly red because she was afraid that her good friend would misunderstand. In fact, the other party had indeed misunderstood. After all, according to Guofu's understanding of Ding Qingxue had a cold personality. Apart from her brother, she rarely interacted with boys. Now that she had come to the mountain to play with Li Chongqing, it was no wonder that she would think too much. She sized up Li Chongqing a few times and did not say anything. However, there was a clear sigh in her eyes. Ding Qingxue's appearance was many times more beautiful than Guofu's. Originally, with Ding Qingxue's status, she would have to find a boyfriend who was a true disciple of a major sect. But now, she had found an ordinary person like Li Chongqing. From Guofu's point of view, Ding Qingxue and her brother were on the run and were no longer the true disciples of Shushan. That was why they settled for the next best thing and found such a boyfriend. Thinking of this, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said, Qingxue, we haven't seen each other in so many years. This time, we must have a proper gathering. It just so happens that young Master Lu is inviting all the young talents from the various major sects for a meal to get to know each other better. Do you still remember young Master Lu? He is the son of the leader of the Huashan sect. Of course I know. Lu Yuanlong's father, Lu Sun, is the sect leader of Mount Hua and the champion of the previous Sword Dao Conference. He's also the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance. A bitter smile appeared on Ding Qingxue's face. 3 years ago, she had met Lu Yuanlang once. At that time, she was still a true disciple of the Shushan sword sect and had a noble status. 3 years later, Lu Yuanlang was still an elite while she was like a stray dog. During this Sword Dao Conference, I must take back everything that belongs to me and my brother. I must make that traitor, Sima Chongkong, a scum that everyone despises. Ding Qingxue thought to herself silently. At the same time, Ding Qingxue looked at Li Chongqing, who was beside her, because all her hopes were pinned on Li Chongqing. Mr. Li, look. Ding Qingxue and Guofu hadn't seen each other for many years, and she really wanted to get together with her best friend. However, this time, she was accompanying Li Chongqing for a stroll. Hence, she naturally had to respect Li Chongqing's opinion. Okay, I have nothing to do anyway. Let's go together, Li Chongqing said. Ding Qingxue smiled. Guofu, who was at the side, saw everything and couldn't help but sigh faintly. She used to be a true disciple of Shushan, but now, she actually had to give in to a country bumpkin. In her opinion, it was clearly a kind of tragedy. Let's hurry down the mountain, the banquet will be held soon. Guofu went over to hold Ding Qingxue's hand, and the three of them quickly walked down the mountain. They then took a taxi and went straight to a hotel. The hotel was brightly lit, and it was also the only 5-star hotel in Lonely Mountain Town. Let's go in quickly. Soon, the three of them walked in. There were many people there this time, and along the way, many people greeted Guofu. Clearly, Guofu's social circle was still very wide. They walked to the innermost table and sat down. Many people couldn't help but look at them in amazement. Those gazes were naturally directed at Ding Qingxue. Ding Qingxue was originally beautiful, and coupled with her cold temperament, it was hard not to attract attention. At this moment, Guofu stood up and introduced with a smile, "This is my friend Ding Qingxue, the original true disciple of the Shushan sect leader." Hearing Guofu's introduction, everyone present suddenly looked surprised. "So you're Ding Qingxue. Nice to meet you." Sect leader Sima even announced a few days ago that as long as you two siblings are willing to join Shushan, he's willing to let you two inherit his legacy. Another young man also said with a smile, "Sect leader Sima is a magnanimous person. He can definitely revitalize Shushan." The person next to him sighed. Ding Qingxue's face was a little ugly, but she couldn't refute. This Sima Chongkong had said such words, and if she revealed Sima Chongkong's true colors now, it would only make people think that she was narrow-minded, and that she was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. So even if she wanted to refute in her heart, she still chose to remain silent. "Miss Ding, do you still remember me?" At this moment, a young man spoke. When he opened his mouth, the scene instantly fell into silence. Because he was the host of this banquet, the son of the Huashan sword sect leader, Lu Yuanlang. "So it's Senior Lu." Ding Qingxue cupped her hands. 3 years ago, she met Lu Yuanlang once, but she didn't have a good impression of Lu Yuanlang. Because 3 years ago, she found that he was very arrogant and overbearing. 3 years ago, because she was the direct disciple of the Shushan sect leader, she wasn't inferior to Lu Yuanlang, so Lu Yuanlang still restrained himself. But now, Ding Qingxue could clearly see the naked desire in his eyes, especially those eyes, which didn't hide the invasive gaze, which made Ding Qingxue feel very uncomfortable. "Miss Ding, when I first saw you 3 years ago, I was already shocked, and I often thought of your face at night. I didn't expect to see you again 3 years later. Today is the full moon of the 15th, after the banquet. I would like to invite Miss Ding to admire the moon together. I wonder if you can give me face?" When Lu Yuanlang spoke, the surrounding young men revealed a playful look in their eyes. They had been in contact with Lu Yuanlang for a long time, so they naturally knew that Lu Yuanlang had taken a fancy to Ding Qingxue. The so-called admiring the moon together at night was probably using the excuse of admiring the moon to achieve his goal of possessing her. Lu Yuanlang was very confident, because with his current status, Ding Qingxue wasn't worthy of him at all. In his opinion, Ding Qingxue would definitely agree immediately. Chapter 3:15. However, Ding Qingxue shook her head. "I'm sorry, young Master Lu. I have to accompany my boyfriend tonight." As she spoke, Ding Qingxue suddenly reached out and hugged Li Chongqing's arm. Instantly, Lu Yuanlang's face turned gloomy. Guofu hurriedly gave Ding Qingxue a look and whispered, "Qingxue, are you stupid? Young Master Lu invited you. How can you refuse? If you can get close to young Master Lu, even Sima Chongkong wouldn't dare to do anything to you." As for your boyfriend, he's not worthy of you. Hearing Guofu's words, Ding Qingshue's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. Was this still her childhood friend? How could her words be so utilitarian? The two girls at the same table had already revealed envy in their eyes. To be able to be fancied by Lu Yuanlang in their eyes was simply too lucky. At this moment, Li Chongqing looked at Ding Qingxue, who was hugging his arm, and didn't say anything. He knew that Ding Qingxue was using him as a shield, but he didn't care anyway. Even if you have a boyfriend, you can still admire the moon with me. Lu Yuanlang didn't back down, but smiled and said, how could the girl that he, young Master Lu, fancied escape from his hands? 3 years ago, it was fine, but 3 years later, Ding Qingxue was just a stray dog. As for Li Chongqing, Lu Yuanlang had already automatically ignored him. He didn't know where this bumpkin came from, but he didn't care at all. That's right, Qingxue. Senior brother Lu wants to invite you to admire the moon. This is a great opportunity, how can you refuse? Guofu also tried to persuade her. Ding Qingxue couldn't help but reveal disappointment in her eyes. It seemed that her friend didn't bring her here to reminisce about old times, but to be a pimp. I said, I have a boyfriend. I won't admire the moon with you. Ding Qingxue said coldly. She was very disgusted with this Lu Yuanlang. So, Miss Ding doesn't want to give me face? Lu Yuanlang was a bit angry, but he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at Li Chongqing. I wonder which sect are you from, Miss Ding's boyfriend? I'm not from any sect. I'm self-taught. Li Chongqing said faintly. Self-taught? Ha! Lu Yuanlang could not help but laugh out loud. I can see that there are no calluses on your hands, your eyes are lifeless, and your body is weak. You don't look like a martial arts expert, but more like an ordinary person. Forgive me for not seeing through your so-called self-taught talent. Lu Yuanlang's eyes carried a faint sense of ridicule. Maybe he's a loser. Someone at the side added, and everyone at the table burst into laughter. Guofu laughed the loudest. Ding Qingshue's face immediately turned ugly. She didn't expect that her childhood friend would become like this, especially Li Chongqing. This time, she relied on Li Chongqing to take back everything she had lost. But now, because of her, Li Chongqing was humiliated. This made her feel very guilty. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. Let's go back. Ding Qingxue whispered. As she spoke, she was about to stand up. She knew that Li Chongqing was not as bad as Lu Yuanlang said, but she didn't want any conflict between Li Chongqing and the other party. The Huashan sect had a very deep background. In these years, they had been showing off their abilities. Although Li Chongqing was powerful, she felt that it was unrealistic for one person to fight against an entire sect. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing shook his head. No hurry. Although Li Chongqing was a good-tempered person, it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. In fact, the way Lu Yuanlang looked at Li Chongqing just now had a bit of killing intent. This touched Li Chongqing's bottom line. Anyone who dared to kill him would not have a good ending. All right, it's not easy for everyone to gather together. Let's eat more. Lu Yuanlang smiled and looked at Li Chongqing. Everyone here is a martial artist. Since Miss Ding has taken a fancy to this brotherly, he must be very powerful. Why don't we exchange a few moves to liven things up? Although Lu Yuanlang had a smile on his face, his eyes were very cold. Since he had taken a fancy to Ding Qingxue, he must get her. As for Li Chongqing, he wanted to use this opportunity to let Li Chongqing understand that if he, young Master Lu, wanted something, others had to obediently give it to him. Otherwise, their ending would be very miserable. Hearing Lu Yuanlang's words, the surrounding people revealed a playful look. They had already guessed what Lu Yuanlang wanted to do. Then, everyone looked at Li Chongqing, wanting to see how he would respond. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing calmly tasted the wine in his cup, as if he didn't hear anything. After a full 5 minutes, Li Chongqing still looked as if nothing had happened. Even Ding Qingxue couldn't sit still, but Li Changxing's expression remained unchanged. Lu Yuanlong's face was completely gloomy. The other party dared to ignore him. "Brother Li, are you not giving me face?" Lu Yuanlang said gloomily. Finally, Li Changxing raised his head and smiled. "You want to exchange pointers with me? You're not worthy." "What did you say?" Lu Yuanlong's face froze, suspecting that his ears had misheard. Everyone in the room was also dumbfounded. He actually dared to say that Lu Yuanlang was not worthy. He must be crazy. Ding Qingshue's face couldn't help but show some worry. She naturally didn't think that Lu Yuanlang was Li Changxing's opponent, but she didn't want Li Changxing to offend the entire Huashan sect because of this. "Kid, what did you say?" Lu Yuanlang gritted his teeth and asked. His eyes were about to spit fire. "I said you're not worthy," Li Changxing said word by word. This time, it completely blew up. Lu Yuanlang flipped his hand and a sword appeared. With a bang, the sword was unsheathed and pointed at Li Changxing's cheek. "Kid, you're courting death." The people sitting at the table all stood up and retreated to both sides. They knew that with Lu Yuanlong's temper, he would definitely kill the other party. This kid doesn't look good, but he's got guts. He dares to provoke Lu Yuanlang. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. He's just a guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone shook his head. Guofu screamed, "Qingxue, look at your boyfriend. He's crazy. Young Master Lu will definitely take his life if he makes a move." Ding Qingxue sighed in her heart. She understood Li Changxing's strength, but she still felt that Li Changxing was too reckless. A single Lu Yuanlang was nothing, but he had the entire Huashan sect behind him. Just as the battle was about to break out, a voice suddenly rang out. "Young Master Lu, I wonder if you can give this old man some face and take back your sword?" Turning around, he saw Elder Yu Feng of the Shushan sect walking over. There was an old man beside Yu Feng, who was watching all of this with interest. Elder Yu Feng and his old friend came to this hotel for a meal. The moment they entered, they saw the quarrel. After listening for a few minutes, they knew the whole story. Initially, Yu Feng didn't like Li Changxing. But since Li Changxing was invited by Ding Qingxue and her sister, he hesitated for a moment and chose to speak up. Chapter 316. So it's Elder Yu. Lu Yuanlang cupped his fist. "Elder Yu, this kid has no idea what's good for him. I have to teach him a lesson." Lu Yuanlang said. "Young Master Lu, your father and I used to travel the world together when we were young, so I'm considered your elder. You must give me some face." After Elder Yu said that, Lu Yuanlong's expression changed several times before he put his sword away. "Okay, since Elder Yu said so, I'll let him off today." After saying that, he glared at Li Changxing fiercely. "Kid, the sword Dao meet will begin tomorrow, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll chop your head off with my own hands. It's useless no matter who pleads for mercy." After saying that, he sat down coldly. Seeing that Lu Yuanlang had put his sword away, Yu Feng heaved a sigh of relief and then looked at Li Changxing. "You two come out with me for a while." Ding Qingxue and Li Changxing came out together with Yu Feng. As soon as they left the hotel, Yu Feng stared at Li Changxing angrily and said, "Do you know who Lu Yuanlang is? How dare you get into a conflict with him? He may be young, but he's already a young expert at the 9th tier of Qi refinement. You're simply courting death." Ding Qingxue couldn't help but lower her head. Yu Feng was her elder, so she had to humbly accept whatever he said. However, Li Changxing was different. "I won't hold it against you on the account that you helped me out of goodwill this time, but if you dare to speak to me in such a tone again, don't blame me for being rude," Li Changxing said coldly. Yu Feng widened his eyes, not expecting him to dare to talk back to him. Just as he was about to speak, Ding Qingxue hurriedly said, "Elder Yu, Mr. Li is a VIP invited by us. Yufeng waved his sleeve angrily and said, "You guys better behave yourselves. If Lu Yuanlang comes looking for trouble with you again tomorrow, I'll see how you deal with it." After saying that, he walked into the hotel angrily. "Elder, you didn't mean it." Ding Qingxue hurriedly apologized to Li Changxing. Li Changxing waved his hand and said, "It's okay. He's your uncle master, so it's fine for him to reprimand you, but he's not qualified to criticize me." After saying that, he walked straight to the road. Ding Qingxue followed behind. Her expression changed several times before she finally sighed. She actually wanted to say that although Li Changxing was powerful, it was unwise to offend Lu Yuanlang today. Not only would she offend a strong enemy for herself, but she would also make enemies for the siblings. However, Li Changxing was standing up for her, so she couldn't say it out loud. At this moment, Yufeng walked into the hotel. The old man who came with him was already seated on a chair. Seeing him come back, he poured him a cup of tea and asked, "Brother Yu, was that young man your junior?" Yufeng coldly snorted, "No, it's just a reckless guy. If it weren't for some other reason, I wouldn't have bothered with him." After saying that, he drank the tea in the cup, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, "Brother Xia, you came all the way to Lonely Mountain to find me. What's so important?" The man sighed and said, "Brother Yu, to tell you the truth, although I'm the leader of the Qin gang and famous in Jianghu, I'm still powerless in the face of cultivators like you. A few days ago, a master broke into my house and took away a ginseng that was passed down from my ancestors. I don't care if the ginseng is lost, but as the leader of the Qin gang, the news has already spread. I'm really ashamed to face people. This time, I'm here to ask for Brother Yu's help to punish the person who stole my ginseng. I'm willing to give you a top-level spirit stone as a reward." It turned out that this middle-aged man was Xia Lin's father, the leader of the Qin gang, Xia Feiyang. He was furious when he learned that his ancestral ginseng was taken away by Li Changxing, but after hearing about Li Changxing's strength, he knew that even the Qin gang's strength could not do anything to Li Changxing, so he went to find his former friend, Yufeng. As the leader of the Qin gang, Xia Feiyang naturally knew about the existence of the immortal cultivation world. All these years, his daughter had been searching for the whereabouts of immortal cultivators. Back then, he had secretly let Yufeng see his daughter's aptitude and knew that his daughter was not suitable for immortal cultivation, but he could not discourage his daughter, so he let her do whatever she wanted all these years. But he did not expect that his daughter would lose their ancestral ginseng. Xia Feiyang knew that although he had a good relationship with Yufeng, if he wanted to move Yufeng, ordinary wealth would not be enough. So, he gritted his teeth and took out a spirit stone he obtained in his early years. Sure enough, when he heard the words top-grade spirit stone, Yufeng's eyes flashed. "Really? Of course." Xia Feiyang nodded, took out a wooden box, opened it a little, and immediately closed it. "May I ask who stole your ginseng?" Yufeng asked. Apparently, he was moved. "His name is Li Changxing. I don't know which sect he is from, but he has a good relationship with Qi Xian, the son of sickly tiger Qiyu." "I see." Yufeng nodded. Although he felt that the name Li Changxing was somewhat familiar, he could not remember where he had heard it before. He just thought that it was a figure from a small sect in the immortal cultivation world and did not care, so he agreed immediately. "Okay, Brother Xia, don't worry, I will definitely tie him up and bring him to you for you to punish. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Yu." Xia Feiyang cupped his hands and said. Although he knew about the existence of the immortal cultivation world, he did not know much about it. He only knew that Yufeng had a high status and heard from his daughter that the man who snatched the ginseng was just a young man. He felt that there would definitely be no problem for Yufeng to take action. "Brother Xia, there happens to be a Sword Dao conference tomorrow, you should go and take a look. Maybe the guy who snatched your ginseng will also appear tomorrow. When the time comes, I will take him down in front of everyone in the immortal cultivation world, and you can punish him. This way, your prestige will not only spread in the Jianghu, but also in the immortal cultivation world. Okay. Xia Feiyang nodded and clenched his fist. Li Changxing and Ding Qingxue returned to the hotel to see that Ding Qingyang had been waiting for them for a long time. Mr. Li, this is the information of the experts of the various sects in the Sword Dao Conference. Ding Qingyang handed a stack of photocopied A4 paper to Li Changxing, who could see that it was full of words and photos. Li Changxing casually took a look at it, which included the cultivation methods of a person, their martial arts strength, their battle records, and even the information that could be found since they were young. Clearly, Ding Qingyang had really put in a lot of effort. Li Changxing picked it up and flipped through a few pages. It was not easy for Ding Qingyang to find such a pile of information, but he was really annoyed by it. For Li Changxing, there were very few people in this world who were worthy of his attention. After reading a few pages, Li Changxing casually threw the information aside. Ding Qingyang was also very helpless about that. He originally wanted to let Li Changxing know his enemy well so that he could suppress the crowd. However, since Li Changxing did not want to see it, he could not force him. Due to the fact that it was already late, Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue left after sitting for a while. When they left Li Changxing's room, Ding Qingxue told Ding Qingyang about what happened at the banquet. Brother, Mr. Li is a bit too reckless. He offended Lu Yuanlang, and the people of the Huashan sect will hate us too. That will be detrimental to our future confrontation with Sima Chongkong. Hearing Ding Qingxue's words, Ding Qingyang nodded. You have a point, but the father and son of Huashan are not good people either. Lu Yuanlang has a bad record. If it weren't for Mr. Li, you might have been killed by him today. So, you should thank Mr. Li. Hearing her brother's words, Ding Qingxue suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, she only thought that the other party was the sect leader of the Huashan sect, but she forgot that the other party's initial purpose was to kill her. If it weren't for Li Changxing, she wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. In an instant, Ding Qingxue felt that she shouldn't have blamed Li Changxing. Chapter 317. The night passed quickly, and early the next morning, Li Changxing and Ding Qingxue went straight to the venue of the Sword Dao meet. When they arrived, there were already many people who had arrived in advance. The Sword Dao meet was also a grand occasion for Sword Dao sections. Not only would there be people from Sword Dao sects, there would also be many other cultivation sects and some itinerant cultivators who would come to watch the fun. Although it wasn't considered a huge crowd, it was still a spectacular sight. After Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue appeared, many people recognized them, but no one came forward to greet them. The current sect leader of Shu Mountain was Sima Chongkong, and Shu Mountain was one of the best Sword Dao sections. People naturally didn't want to offend the sect leader of Shu Mountain just because they said a word to Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingyang. Ding Qingyang even took the initiative to greet an old friend of his master, but the other party avoided him like he was the plague. There were also a few people who used to be on good terms with his master, but they also pretended not to see the two of them. When they walked past them, they would walk away quickly. That made the two of them experience the hypocrisy of the world. After the three of them entered, they found a seat and were about to sit down when a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was the son of the sect leader of Hua Mountain, Lu Yuanlang. Lu Yuanlang's goal was very obvious, and that was to find trouble with Li Changxing. He stood in front of Li Changxing with an icy cold expression. "Kid, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? How dare you show up here? Even Yu Feng won't be able to stop you today." Behind Lu Yuanlang, Guofu and the young people at the table yesterday were standing not far away and looking at Li Changxing with a sneer, waiting to watch a good show. Apart from that, many people who didn't know what was going on also looked over and wondered who this young man was. Since he had offended Lu Yuanlang, he was going to be in trouble. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Get lost, don't block my sight. To his surprise, Li Chongqing didn't care about the aggressive Lu Yuanlang at all. He simply said impatiently, as if he was driving away an annoying fly. What did you say? Lu Yuanlang's face immediately turned purple. Li Chongqing still dared to be so arrogant in front of so many people. He really wanted to kill him. What? Are you deaf? I told you to scram. Li Chongqing raised his voice by a few decibels. The surroundings fell silent. Many people were stunned. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was that this brat was done for today. Sure enough, Lu Yuanlang took a step forward, the long sword in his hand drew a cold light, and directly placed it on Li Chongqing's shoulder. Lu Yuanlang, today is the Dao discussion conference of the various sword sections. It's also the day to select the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance. Mr. Li will be representing the Mount Shu Sword sect to discuss the Dao. If you're not convinced, you can challenge him in the arena later. Fighting in private is disrespecting the rules of the Dao discussion conference. Ding Qingyang stepped forward and said coldly. He was not afraid that Li Chongqing would be at a disadvantage, but the Huashan sect was too powerful, and there were too many people who were fawning over the Huashan sect. Once Li Chongqing and Lu Yuanlang made a move, it was very likely that many people would join forces to deal with Li Chongqing. Although Li Chongqing was powerful, there were many experts present. Ding Qingyang was afraid that Li Chongqing would be at a disadvantage. Humph! Ding Qingyang, you and your sister are really good. I'll remember you. Lu Yuanlang withdrew the sword in his hand. Indeed, the conference had its rules. His father was still the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance. As the son of the leader, he really should not break the rules of the competition. Moreover, he had just heard Ding Qingyang say that Li Chongqing was representing the brother and sister in the arena. Then, he could defeat Li Chongqing fair and square later. Not only could he vent his anger, but he could also show off in front of his peers in the cultivation world. Lu Yuanlang turned around and walked back to his seat. Many people who were waiting to watch the show could not help but feel a little regretful. Just as Ding Qingyang had guessed, the moment Lu Yuanlang turned around, many people silently withdrew their weapons. These people were experts from various sects and were the supporters of the Mount Shu sect master, Lu Sun. Ding Qingyang couldn't help but sigh. If his master was still alive, he naturally wouldn't have to be so careful. However, the two of them could only rely on Li Chongqing now. Hence, they couldn't let Li Chongqing be in any danger. Although Lu Yuanlang did not attack Li Chongqing for the time being, many people were looking at him with pity in their eyes. It was obvious that Lu Yuanlang would not let it go. Li Chongqing sat there with his eyes closed, not paying attention to the various discussions around him. About another hour or so later, the sect masters of various sects gradually began to appear. Look, the sect master of the Mount Hua sect, Lu Sun, is here. There were exclamations from the crowd. Lu Sun was the champion of the previous Sword Dao meet and the current leader of the Sword Dao Alliance. He had great prestige. As soon as Lu Sun came out, the big shots who had appeared earlier immediately went forward to bow to him and greet him. Lu Yuanlang, who was at the side, had a proud expression on his face. That was his father, the leader of the Mount Hua sect. As his son, he was proud too. With the appearance of Lu Sun, the sect master of Mount Hua, Mount Amei, as well as other sect masters who had never heard of them, appeared one after another. The Sword Dao meet was not only for the competition to determine the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance, but more importantly, it was a time for the various sects to showcase their strength. As long as they showed enough strength, they would be able to gain the respect of others. After Lu Sun appeared, he sat down on the main seat without hesitation. In particular, when he passed by Ding Qingyang and the others, he glanced at them vaguely. Immediately, many people seemed to have realized something. Clearly, The sect master of Mount Hua had also heard about the feud between his son and Li Changsheng. All of a sudden, everyone felt even more sympathetic towards Li Changsheng. On the other hand, the leader of the Qin gang, Xia Feiyang, and Yu Feng had also arrived. Yu Feng continuously introduced the famous figures of the Sword Dao sects to Xia Feiyang. Only then did the leader of the Qin gang know that Yu Feng, who was strong in his eyes, was only ranked in the middle of the Sword Dao sections. "Brother Yu, isn't that the young man whom you spoke up to save yesterday? It seems that the sect master of Mount Hua is somewhat hostile towards him." Xia Feiyang was a wily old fox who had sharp eyes. Although Xia Feiyang had only glanced at Li Changsheng, he could already feel that there was something different about him. Yu Feng nodded. "Yes, the sect master of Mount Hua, Lu Sun, is famous for being narrow-minded, but he happens to be very strong. I helped that young man once because of the two juniors. Today, he still dared to offend Lu Yuanlang, so he deserves to die. This time, I definitely won't speak up for him again. If I do, I'll offend Lu Sun and his son. It's not worth it for a young man." "Understood." Xia Feiyang nodded. Chapter 3:18. The Shushan sect master, Sima Changkong, is here. The crowd was in an uproar again. There were only a few people who could be compared to the Huashan sect master, Lu Sun, and one of them was the Shushan sect master, Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong was wearing a black robe. When he appeared, he attracted the attention of many people. Sima Changkong is also a popular candidate for the championship this time. But other than Sima Changkong, Qingqing Sword Sect's Yan Shuangying is here too. The uproar in the crowd got even louder. Yan Shuangying is not inferior to Sima Changkong. Moreover, he is Sima Changkong's enemy. As expected, when he heard Yan Shuangying's appearance, Sima Changkong's face turned ugly. "Yo! Isn't this brother Sima? I didn't expect such a coincidence. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road," Yan Shuangying said sarcastically. Sima Changkong snorted. "Sect Master Yan, you are still the sect master of a sect. Don't be so sarcastic with your words. It's ungentlemanly." "Is that so?" Yan Shuangying sneered. "Sima Changkong, you seized the position of sect master by usurping the throne. You are nothing more than a despicable person. How dare you talk about gentlemanly with me here? Are you worthy?" "You!" Sima Changkong clenched the treasured sword in his hand. He was furious. He seized the position of Shushan sect master by usurping the throne. This was a taboo topic for him. He was most afraid of people mentioning it. But Yan Shuangying just opened his mouth and exposed his scar. "What? Are you angry out of humiliation? You want to fight?" Yan Shuangying laughed. "Sima Changkong, you are not worthy of fighting with me. I heard that you, the sect master of Shushan, had your arm chopped off by a young man some time ago. You are a disgrace to us sword cultivators." When Yan Shuangying said that, it instantly caused a commotion in the crowd. "What? Sima Changkong's arm was chopped off by a young man? Isn't Sima Changkong an innate realm cultivator? How can his strength be so weak?" Hearing the discussions of the surrounding people, Sima Changkong's face suddenly turned purple. He coldly shouted, "Yan Shuangying, don't talk nonsense. How could a young man defeat me? I only met an old devil who had cultivated for 100 years. That devil was very crafty. I fell for his trick and lost an arm. Although I lost an arm, I also heavily injured that old devil. In the end, that old devil wasn't my opponent and could only escape." After Sima Changkong finished speaking, everyone finally understood. Yan Shuang. At this moment, Yan Shuangying was laughing so hard that he bent over. "Idiot Sima, your ability to make up stories is not bad. What devil? Are you trying to fool ghosts? I heard that the one who defeated you was a young man around 20 years old. Moreover, he didn't use any tricks. Instead, He cut off one of your arms openly. At that time, you could only run away in a sorry state. That was because he didn't want to bother with you. Otherwise, you might have become a dead dog today. What did you say? What nonsense! Sima Chongkong was furious. He had been keeping the news of him being injured by Li Chongqing a secret. He was afraid that it would affect his reputation. He didn't expect his old rival, Yan Shuangying, to know about it. Yan Shuangying was Sima Chongkong's rival. Therefore, he had been paying attention to Sima Chongkong's news. When he found out that Sima Chongkong's arm was chopped off, he immediately went to investigate. Yan Shuangying really found out about the truth. Nonsense? Haha. I'm not talking nonsense. I got it from your disciple. Do you want me to play the recording for everyone to see? Yan Shuangying took out his phone and waved it. Sima Chongkong's face turned purple. He didn't expect Yan Shuangying to have a recording. However, his face soon sank. Yan Shuangying, I admit that I lied. But how are you any better than me? What about me? Yan Shuangying was nervous. Just a few days ago in Suzhou, you were also defeated by a young expert. I heard that you were so scared that you begged for mercy. Only then did he let you go. When he said that, it immediately caused another round of discussion. It can't be? Sima Chongkong was defeated. Even Yan Shuangying was defeated by a young man. There are too many young experts these days. I wonder if it's true. This is really explosive news. How did you know? Yan Shuangying stuttered. There were only a few people who knew about what happened in Suzhou. He didn't expect it to reach Sima Chongkong's ears so quickly. Haha. Yan Shuangying, you have nothing to say now, right? Yan Shuangying snorted. Sima Chongkong had caught his weakness. Therefore, the two stopped talking and walked in with a gloomy face. The crowd was already in an uproar. This was simply a piece of explosive news. 2 sword sect leaders were defeated. Although they didn't know who the young expert was, they didn't expect there to be such a person in the world. Even the sect leader of Mount Hua, Lu Sun, couldn't help but ponder. He knew Sima Chongkong and Yan Shuangying's abilities. Sima Chongkong was needless to say. Ever since he succeeded as the sect leader of Mount Shu, he had shocked the world several times. As for Yan Shuangying of Qingqing Sword Sect, he only lost to Lu Sun by half a move in the previous Sword Dao meet. Lu Sun didn't think that he was a match for someone who could defeat the two of them. As the sect leaders of the major sects arrived one after another, the Sword Dao meet officially began. The Sword Dao meet was divided into 2 parts. One part was the competition between the young experts to determine the top person of the younger generation of the Sword Dao sect. The other part was the competition for the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance. The sect leaders of the various sects, or the representatives of the various sects, would go on stage to compete. At this time, the sect leader of Mount Hua, Lu Sun, stood up and made a gesture. When the scene was completely silent, he cleared his throat and said, I now announce that the triennial Sword Dao meet has officially begun. The next part will be the battle of the younger generation. The young elites of each sect can go on stage and choose their opponents to battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a female disciple of a Mei sect leaped into the ring. She was using a short sword in her hand. The sword light was dazzling. After defeating 3 opponents in a row, she stepped down to take a break. Then, a young Taoist priest of Wudong sect went on stage. He used a soft sword like a snake sticking out its tongue. He also defeated 3 opponents in a row before taking a break, causing a commotion. After the young Taoist priest of Wudong sect stepped down, Lu Yuanlang took a step forward and jumped directly into the ring. He cupped his hands and said, I'm Lu Yuanlang of Mount Hua sect. As soon as Lu Yuanlang opened his mouth, it caused a round of cheers. His father was the sect leader of Mount Hua. Many people fawned over him and gathered a group of followers around him. I'll challenge you. As soon as Lu Yuanlang stepped into the ring, a young man rushed to the ring. He was a true disciple of Qingqing sword sect. 3 years ago, Yan Shuangying lost to Lu Sun, the sect leader of Mount Hua sect, in the Dao discussion conference. This young man wanted to defeat Lu Yuanlang to save some face for Qingqing sect. His opponent's sword light was very delicate. He attacked Lu Yuanlang as soon as he stepped into the ring. After more than 10 moves, Lu Yuanlang suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Sword chi flew out and instantly knocked the disciple of Qingqing sect out of the ring. Then, Lu Yuanlang put away his sword and stood proudly on the cloud platform with a complacent look on his face. Sword chi! Many people exclaimed. It was worth noting that the principle of sword chi was the same as the internal force of a martial artist. To use sword chi, one must be at the 9th level of chi refining realm, which was equivalent to the master realm among ordinary martial artists. Originally, according to the information of the crowd, Lu Yuanlang was only at the middle stage of the master realm. The sword chi he released was not enough to hurt the enemy. However, the sword chi just now was 3 feet long and extremely sharp. It was a sign that he had stepped into the 10th level of chi refining realm. Nephew Lu, what is your current martial arts realm? The sect leader of Wudong sect couldn't help but ask. Lu Yuanlang hurriedly cupped his hands. Although he was extremely proud, the Wudong sect was not inferior to the Mount Hua sect. He dared not show any disrespect to the sect leader of Wudong sect. Senior Song, I just broke through to the 10th level of Qi refining realm 3 days ago. After saying that, it immediately caused a lot of exclamations. He's already in the 10th level of Qi refining realm at such a young age. It seems that there is no one in the younger generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. It seems that Lu Yuanlang will be the champion of the Dao discussion battle of the younger generation this time. The Mount Hua sect is really something. Lu Sun's strength is top-notch, and his son is so outstanding. If Lu Sun can continue to be the leader of the Sword Alliance, then the father and son will be in the limelight. Many people were envious and jealous. Who else? Chapter 319. After defeating the core disciple of the Qingqing sect, Lu Yuanlang glanced at the young experts, but no one dared to look him in the eye. At this moment, he was invincible. Senior brother is really outstanding. Many people could not help but sigh. On the other side, Guofu walked to Ding Qingshue's side. Qingxue, senior brother Lu is so outstanding, the number 1 of the younger generation. It's your blessing that he likes you. I introduced you to him for your own good. Shut up. Ding Qingxue replied coldly. After what happened yesterday, she was completely disappointed in Guofu. Ha! Guofu heard Ding Qingshue's words and could not help but sneer. Qingxue, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Do you think your boyfriend can be compared with senior brother Lu? You've seen senior brother Lu's strength just now. Who among the younger generation can be his opponent? You'll regret it. Senior brother Lu said that he wants to defeat Li Chongqing fair and square. Just wait and see, haha. Guofu smiled proudly. Ding Qingshuo could not help but sneer. To be honest, Lu Yuanlang was indeed outstanding for reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement at such a young age. However, compared with Li Chongqing, he was just a piece of trash. Seeing that the young talents did not make a move, an old cultivator in charge of the conference was about to ask Lu Yuanlang to go down and rest for a while. At this moment, Lu Yuanlang suddenly fixed his eyes on a position below and said, "Since no one dares to challenge me, Li Chongqing, you come. I want to challenge you." As soon as his voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar. Whether it was the younger generation or the older generation, all of their gazes were focused on Li Chongqing. Many people had doubts in their eyes. After the conflict between Lu Yuanlang and Li Chongqing, many people had not yet entered the venue. so they did not know who Li Changxing was. Who is he? Why is Lu Yuanlang challenging him? Li Changxing. I've never heard of this name. Is he a young expert of some secluded sect? No, it's just a reckless brat who offended Lu Yuanlang. Lu Yuanlang wants to teach him a lesson in public. So that's how it is. How pitiful. Being targeted by Lu Yuanlang, the outcome will definitely be very tragic. On the high platform, where several sect leaders were seated, Lu Xun chuckled and said, "My son is straightforward by nature. He has some grudges with Li Changxing and wants to settle it in the arena. Originally, that Li Changxing was not worth my son's time, but teaching him a lesson in a fair and square manner can also show the magnanimity of our Huashan sword sect." I see. Hearing Lu Xun's words, many people nodded. Although they were disdainful towards the word breadth of mind that Lu Xun spoke of, everyone knew that this pair of father and son were the most narrow-minded. However, Lu Yuanlang had openly challenged Li Changxing to resolve their enmity, and this was in accordance with the rules of the Tao discussion, so no one could say anything about it. However, many people cast pitiful gazes towards Li Changxing. Yan Shuangying and Sima Changkong naturally also saw Li Changxing. The moment they saw Li Changxing, the two of them stood there in a daze, as if they had lost their souls. It's actually him. How could it be him? Yan Shuangying and Sima Changkong sympathized with him and thought, it's over. Sima Changkong saw Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue, who were sitting beside Li Changxing, and instantly knew what was going on. He knew that he had no hope of becoming the champion of today's Tao discussion. Not only him, but the others also had no hope. Once this monster made a move, everyone else was nothing but trash. Yan Shuangying also sighed. At this moment, his mood was very similar to Sima Changkong's. With Li Changxing here, he did not have the courage to go on stage. The opponent was so terrifying that they were not on the same level at all. At this moment, when they heard the three words Li Changxing, Yu Feng and the Qin gang's leader, Xia Feiyang, both revealed a surprised expression. No wonder I felt that the name Li Changxing was so familiar. It turns out that he is the Mr. Li that Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue invited. Yu Feng could not help but frown. Xia Feiyang said with some concern, "That Li Changxing is the friend of your two juniors. Then what about the matter that I asked you to do?" Xia Feiyang had personally witnessed Yu Feng speaking up for Li Changxing yesterday. Although Yu Feng did not like Li Changxing, he did not know if Yu Feng was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that the spirit stone he paid would be wasted in the end. When Yu Feng heard Xia Feiyang's words, he immediately understood. As soon as Yu Feng heard Xia Feiyang's words, he knew that the other party was worried. He immediately shook his head and said, "Brother Xia, you're worrying too much. This Li Changxing doesn't have much of a relationship with me. I'm only doing what I'm told. Since I've taken your spirit stones, I'll help you. Don't worry, after this brat is defeated by Lu Yuanlang, I'll tie him up in front of you. You can do whatever you want with him." "Really?" Xia Feiyang's eyes lit up again. A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Brother Xia can rest assured. In Yu Feng's view, Lu Yuanlang had challenged Li Changxing. Whether Li Changxing accepted or not, Lu Yuanlang would not let him go. Then, he just needed to capture Li Changxing and bring him in front of Xia Feiyang, and his task would be considered complete. In the past, Yu Feng was still a little worried. He did not know the identity of the person who had taken Li Changxing's ginseng, but now that he saw that it was Li Changxing, he was relieved. He knew Li Changxing's background very well, so he could be at ease and act boldly. At this moment, in the face of Lu Yuanlang's provocation, someone behind Li Changxing whispered, "Friend, you can refuse the martial arts competition. After you refuse, immediately slip away quietly. You might still have a chance to live." Lu Yuanlang was a domineering person, and many people did not like him. The person behind him was one of them. He sympathized with Li Chongqing very much. That's right. Quickly run away quietly. This Lu Yuanlang is a madman. Another woman said in a low voice. When she saw how honest Li Chongqing was, she thought of one of her childhood sweethearts. In the end, because of the difference in status between the two of them, they parted ways, so she kindly reminded him. She didn't want Li Chongqing to be taken care of by Lu Yuanlang. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing only turned around and smiled at them before standing up. Friend, are you really going to accept his challenge? Are you stupid? The man said somewhat anxiously. That's right. You're just looking for a beating. With Lu Yuanlang's personality, even if he doesn't kill you on the spot, he'll break your legs. The woman was very anxious. She was truly concerned about Li Chongqing. That childhood sweetheart of hers was unwilling to be separated from her back then, so he ran to her fiancé's house and caused a ruckus. In the end, both his legs were broken. A few years ago, she secretly went back to visit him and found that he had hung himself in despair. Li Chongqing was too similar to that childhood sweetheart of hers. However, Li Chongqing did not listen to them. Instead, he walked step by step toward the ring. Chapter 320. What? This kid actually dares to accept it? Does he want to die? With Lu Yuanlang's methods, he's done for. Maybe he knows that it's useless to run after offending Lu Yuanlang, so he just went up to the arena and accepted the challenge. Poor guy. A young man will probably become a cripple after today. A cripple is good. I'm just afraid that Lu Yuanlang will take his life. Countless people shook their heads and sighed. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing had already walked up to the arena step by step. When Li Chongqing stood on the arena, Lu Yuanlang's face revealed a cold smile. Kid, I didn't expect you to actually dare to accept the challenge. Next, I'll let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Facing the son of the Huashan sect master, Lu Yuanlang, who was at the 10th level of qi refinement, Li Chongqing did not show the slightest bit of fear because of his threat. Instead, his voice was indifferent. Yesterday, you repeatedly provoked me, and I didn't bother to argue with you. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Hee. Do you think you deserve to be called provoking? I can only say that you're toying with me. Lu Yuanlang shook his head, thinking that he had heard a very funny joke. Li Chongqing smiled and did not waste any more time. He just raised his foot and took a step forward, raising his palm and lightly hitting Lu Yuanlang's chest. Did you not eat? Your palm is soft. Lu Yuanlang snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed Li Chongqing's palm. However, he found that Li Chongqing's palm was as light as a feather. It floated under his palm in an instant, and almost instantly imprinted on Lu Yuanlang's chest. At that moment, Lu Yuanlang's face revealed a look of shock, because he found that the seemingly light palm suddenly burst with terrifying power. Bang! Immediately after, Lu Yuanlang felt an intense pain in his chest. Then, his entire body was sent flying like a cloud, crashing into the cement pillar beside the arena and falling to the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to get up, Li Chongqing stepped on his back. Lu Yuanlang's face immediately became twisted, and his eyes were about to spit fire. Being stepped on by Li Chongqing in front of everyone was simply humiliating. Let me go. Li Chongqing, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Crack! Li Chongqing didn't say anything. He just raised his foot and stomped on Lu Yuanlang's head. The sound of bones breaking came from his head. Lu Yuanlang let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Only then did the crowd wake up from their daze and gasp. It was too ruthless. Even though the power of that foot did not land on their bodies, every single one of them could feel it. Just thinking about it made them shudder. Most of them were surprised by Li Chongqing. Lu Yuanlang had broken through to the 10th level of qi refinement. He could be considered the number one person among the younger generation of many sword cultivator sections. Just a second ago, everyone unanimously believed that Lu Yuanlang would be the final victor, but in the blink of an eye, he was stepped on by Li Chongqing. At this moment, the people who were at the same table as Li Chongqing yesterday were even more dumbfounded. Yesterday, they thought that Li Chongqing was a weak and ordinary person without any strength. They didn't expect that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. With his strength to defeat Lu Yuanlang, no one in the younger generation was a match for him. The man and woman who reminded Li Chongqing earlier also widened their eyes. They thought to themselves, no wonder Li Chongqing dared to go up on stage to accept the challenge. However, no one showed any envy when Li Chongqing defeated Lu Yuanlang. Instead, many people showed pity in their eyes. There was no doubt that the act of stepping on Lu Yuanlang's head had completely offended the Huashan sect. Sure enough, everyone looked at Lu Yuanlang's father, Lu Sun, and saw that Lu Sun's face was gloomy and his eyes were flashing with killing intent. Lu Sun was not a magnanimous person to begin with. Moreover, when Lu Sun saw his son being stepped on by someone else, he probably wanted to tear the other party into pieces. Friend, you have won this competition. Please let go of Lu Yuanlang. The old man in charge of the competition said. Yes, when it's possible to let people off, one should be lenient. The way you stepped on his head is a bit too much. Another Sword Dao sect leader also spoke. However, Li Chongqing sneered. If I was stepped on by Lu Yuanlang, I'm afraid you wouldn't say that. A bunch of sanctimonious lackeys. What did you say? The old man who spoke just now suddenly became furious. I said you're a lackey, so what? Li Chongqing snorted coldly. At the same time, he stomped hard on the soles of his feet, and a cracking sound was heard again. Ah! Lu Yuanlang let out an extremely miserable scream. The old man's face was extremely ugly. Li Chongqing's actions were not only stepping on Lu Yuanlang's head, but also slapping his face. It was simply a provocation. Impudent! The old man's eyes revealed a fierce light. He was indeed Lu Sun's subordinate, but being ridiculed by Li Chongqing in public as a lackey made him very embarrassed. Moreover, after he spoke, he deliberately stepped on Lu Yuanlang's head again. He was clearly ignoring him. On the other side, Lu Sun had long clenched his fist. However, as the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance, it was not appropriate for him to intervene in this matter. After all, this happened in the arena. Friend, it seems that you don't take me seriously. The old man was the leader of a sword family. At this moment, being provoked by Li Chongqing in front of so many people, he was really angry. Moreover, as the lackey of the sect leader of Huashan, Lu Sun, he had to stand up when Lu Yuanlang was beaten. At this moment, a powerful aura condensed on the old man's body. A short sword appeared in the old man's hand. The sword was emitting a golden light and was emitting a sharp aura. Let go of Lu Yuanlang immediately and kneel down to apologize for what you said just now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The old man said coldly. Li, kill me if you have the guts. If you don't kill me, you're not a man. Lu Yuanlang also shouted loudly. He relied on his father's presence and many of his father's followers, so he was sure that no matter how arrogant Li Chongqing was, he would not dare to kill him. At the next moment, Li Chongqing took the foot off his head. Everyone present thought that Li Chongqing was going to let Lu Yuanlang go in the face of the old man's power. Even Ding Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Guofu sneered and said, Ding Qingxue, did you see that? No matter how strong your boyfriend is, so what? He still has to let Lu Yuanlang go obediently and apologize for his actions. However, do you think he'll be fine after he apologizes? Lu Yuanlang will not let him go. The Huashan sect will not let him go. Just as Guofu was proudly saying these words, her voice suddenly stopped abruptly. Guofu was not the only one. Everyone present widened their eyes. That was because Li Changxing had just taken his foot off. When Lu Yuanlang tried to get up from the ground, he suddenly raised his foot again and mercilessly stepped on his head. Pft! The foot stepped on Lu Yuanlang's back, where his heart was. Then, Lu Yuanlang's eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He lost all signs of life in an instant. Until his death, he still could not believe that Li Changxing dared to kill him. He was the son of the Shu Mountain sect leader. His status was extremely noble, not to mention that his father was present. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 321. There were thousands of people in the arena, but there was no sound at all. Even the drop of a needle could be heard. At this moment, Guofu was so scared that she almost collapsed to the ground. She muttered to herself, how could he be so bold? Lu Xun, who was sitting on the main seat, was even more stunned. That was his son, and he was killed. How could someone dare to kill his son? Below the stage, Ding Qingyang and his sister were also stunned. That was the son of the Huashan sect leader, but he was killed by Li Changxing. This time, we really have to fight to the death with the Huashan sect. Ding Qingyang smiled bitterly. Li Changxing came on behalf of the siblings. Li Changxing killed the son of the Huashan sect leader, Lu Xun, which was equivalent to them killing someone. Ding Qingyang already felt powerless when facing Sima Changkong. Now that he had offended the Huashan sect, he really felt like crying. The hand of the old man in the arena trembled. He was the person closest to Lu Yuanlang, and also the one who had the most hope of saving him. Now that Lu Yuanlang had died in front of him, if Lu Xun were to blame him, he would not be able to escape the blame. Demon, give me your life! The old man roared. The sword in his hand was like a golden dragon, piercing towards Li Changxing. In order to avoid responsibility, he had to kill Li Changxing to avenge Lu Yuanlang. Only then could he atone for his crime. He was a higher heaven realm expert. The moment he attacked, he was determined to kill Li Changxing. However, in the face of this shocking sword, Li Changxing only smiled coldly. Then, he raised 2 fingers. When the sword rushed towards Li Changxing, it was instantly caught by Li Changxing's 2 fingers, as if it had been calculated. The old man's face was suddenly filled with shock. This was because he found that no matter how hard he tried, the sword in his hand could not penetrate half a step. How is this possible? Inexplicably shocked, he wanted to pull his sword back, but once again, he found that his sword seemed to have taken root in Li Changxing's fingers, and he could not pull it back at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. Although this old man was only at the early stage of the Xiantian realm, he was still at the Xiantian realm after all. The strength of his sword was so great that it was actually caught by Li Changxing with just 2 fingers. Without giving the crowd too much time to marvel, Li Changxing's 2 fingers lightly exerted force, and the golden sword broke into 2 pieces with a hula sound. At the same time, Li Changxing raised his palm and suddenly chopped down. The old man raised his hand to block, but only heard the sound of bones breaking in his arm. Crack! Then, his palm landed on his forehead without any obstruction. Plop! Blood immediately flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, gasps could be heard from the crowd. It's too scary. Too powerful. It's too clean. At this time, Li Changxing raised his head and looked at Lu Xun, the leader of Mount Hua, as if he had done something insignificant. I know you want to avenge your son. Now, bring it on. Today, I challenge you on behalf of Ding Qingyang and Mount Shu. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Lu Xun stood up abruptly, and the sword in his hand stopped halfway. The pain of losing his son made him angry, but it did not make him lose his mind. It was one thing for Li Changxing to kill Lu Yuanlang, but in the battle with the old man just now, he easily killed the old man. All of this showed that Li Changxing's strength was terrifying, and even Lu Xun was not confident that he could defeat Li Changxing. What, you don't dare? Your son was killed by me, but you don't dare to do anything. What a good-for-nothing! Li Changxing curled his lips, and his eyes were full of mockery. Lu Xun's face immediately grew sullen, but the more arrogant Li Changxing was, the more he didn't dare to do anything. He took a deep breath and looked at Sima Changkong and Yan Shuangying. Brother Sima, Brother Yan, this demon is extremely arrogant. I suspect that he was sent by the diabolical sects to ruin the sword Dao meat. Both of you are heroes of the age, please help me kill him. The Mount Hua sect is willing to give you 2 high-level Dharma artifacts as a reward. Hearing Lu Xun's words, many people exclaimed in shock. 2 high-grade magic tools, this was definitely a big deal. Dharma artifacts were extremely precious in the world of Dao cultivation, especially high-level ones, which were hard to come by. Yet, Lu Xun was offering 2 as a reward. Everyone's eyes were full of envy, and at the same time, they looked at Li Changxing with some sighs in their eyes. It was true that Li Changxing was powerful, and in the opinion of the crowd, Lu Xun's 2 Dharma artifacts would definitely be able to move Sima Changkong and Yan Shuangying. Sima Changkong and Yan Shuangying attacked at the same time. In addition to Huashan's sect master Lu Xun, these 3 big shots of the Sword Dao sect had joined hands. Under the joint attack of these 3 big shots, Li Changxing had no chance of surviving. However, after Lu Xun offered 2 high-level Dharma artifacts as a reward, Yan Shuangying and Sima Changkong did not react for a long time. After more than 50 seconds, the 2 of them lowered their heads as if they did not hear anything. Brothers, do you think the reward is too little? Lu Xun only thought that the 2 of them wanted to raise the price. He gritted his teeth and said, on top of the 2 high-level Dharma artifacts, how about I add another 60 supreme-grade spirit stones? At this moment, the eyes of many people in the crowd glowed with greed. 60 supreme-grade spirit stones. An ordinary martial arts family would probably not be able to come up with 30 even if they pooled all their resources. Yet, Lu Xun offered 60 grams per person, which would be 120 for the 2 of them. He was really putting in a lot of effort. At the same time, the crowd could not help but exclaim that the Mount Hua sect was really rich. The one who felt the most was Yu Feng. For 1 supreme-grade spirit stone from Xia Feiyang, he agreed to help Xia Feiyang. Now, the sect leader of Mount Hua sect was offering 60 supreme-grade spirit stones, which made Yu Feng feel a little regretful. If it were not for his lack of strength, he would have also participated in the siege of Li Changxing and made a fortune. He originally thought that with such a high price, Sima Changkong and Yan Shuangying would definitely be tempted. However, after more than 40 seconds, the 2 of them still did not react. Fellow Taoists, Lu Xun was about to raise the price again when he heard Li Changxing snorting, "Don't waste your breath. It's useless. Even if you give the entire Mount Hua sect to them, they would not dare to make a move on me." What? Hearing Li Changxing's words, Lu Xun was stunned. He then chuckled. "Kid, I admit that you are strong, but it's not to the extent that Brother Sima and Brother Yan would not dare to make a move." As he spoke, he looked at Sima Changkong and Yan Shuangying. "Brother Sima, Brother Yan, did you hear that? This kid did not put you in his eyes at all. If you don't make a move, your reputation will be ruined in the future." However, Sima Changkong and Yan Shuangying still did not react. At this moment, Li Changxing finally got a little impatient. He looked at Sima Changkong and Yan Shuangying and said loudly, "Sima Changkong, Yan Shuangying, why are the 2 of you acting like ostriches? Let me ask you." The Mount Hua sect leader used artifacts and spirit stones to hire the 2 of you to deal with me. Are the 2 of you going to make a move? After Li Changxing finished speaking, Yan Shuangying and Sima Changkong, who had been keeping their heads down, looked up at the same time. Everyone thought that they were angered by Li Changxing's words and were about to make a move on Li Changxing. However, the two of them trembled and said respectfully, "We don't dare. I don't dare." Chapter 322. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, everyone was stunned. "What's going on?" Lu Xun's face was full of disbelief. He asked loudly, "Brother Sima, Brother Yan, what's going on?" Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, "My arm was broken by someone. I barely escaped with my life, and the person who cut off my arm was Mr. Li." "What?" Hearing Sima Chongkong's words, Lu Xun's body swayed. He had also heard about Sima Chongkong's arm being cut off, but he did not expect it to be Li Chongsheng. "What about you, Brother Yan? Could it be that the person who defeated you was also Li Chongsheng?" Yan Shuangying smiled bitterly and nodded. "Brother Lu, you guessed it right. A few days ago, the person who injured me and scared me into running away was Mr. Li." At this moment, Lu Xun was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. Everyone in the field was in disbelief. The person who cut off Sima Chongkong's arm and made Yan Shuangying kneel and beg for mercy was actually the same person, and it was actually this young man in front of them. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. On the other side, Guofu bit her lips and her body began to tremble. How could it be him? How could it be him? She could not believe it. Not only her, everyone could not believe it, including Lu Xun. "I don't believe it! I don't believe it!" Lu Xun roared. "Sima Chongkong, Yan Shuangying, although I don't know what relationship you have with this kid, do you think I can't avenge my son without your help?" Lu Xun roared and stepped out of the fighting ring. His body soared into the air, and a palm-sized flying sword circled around his body. He waved his hands, and every time he waved his hands, the sword aura would expand. After a few hundred rounds, the sword aura became 100 feet long. It whistled through the air and slashed towards Li Chongsheng. The sword light was dazzling. At this moment, Lu Xun seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword immortal. Heart's Will Sword. This is the treasure of Huashan sect. At this moment, Ding Qingyang had already stood up in shock. He was not the only one. Many people cried out in surprise. The Rui sword of the Huashan sect is said to be a top-grade magical item. It can be big or small, and it can be controlled according to one's will. However, it needs to be fed with one's own blood. Among the past sect leaders of Mount Hua, there were only a handful who could make the Wishful Heart sword recognize them as its master. Who would have thought that Lu Xun had actually refined the Wishful Heart sword? He didn't even use it during the last sword Dao meet. He's really good at hiding it. This kid is doomed. Li Chongsheng's face also showed some surprise. "I didn't expect to see a top-grade magic artifact. Although the magic tool is powerful, you're still unable to fully control it with your current strength. You've probably burned your lifespan to use this move, right?" However, even if you burn your lifespan, do you really think you can hurt me? You're too naive. Today, I'll let you know what a true sword art is. Li Chongsheng closed his fingers and gently raised them. At this moment, a sharp aura rose from his body. He gently swiped his finger in front of him. Hula! There was a thunderous sound in the air. The first move of the 12 sword forms of the Greater Mastery, Extermination. This Rui sword is the treasure of the Huashan sect. It's extremely powerful. Do you think Mr. Li can withstand it? Ding Qingxue looked at her brother, Ding Qingyang, with her eyes full of worry. "I don't know either." Even Ding Qingyang sighed. Initially, he was extremely confident in Li Chongsheng, but as the successor of the Mount Shu sword sect, he naturally knew what powerful magic tools the sword Dao sects had. The Rui sword was the most powerful treasure of the Huashan sect. It was a supreme-grade magic tool. In the history of the Huashan sect, there were less than 3 people who could truly control the Rui sword. However, each of them eventually became a sword immortal. Although Lu Xun was still far from being a sword immortal, he was still extremely terrifying when controlling the Rui sword. Although Li Chongqing was powerful, Ding Qingyang was not confident. Not only Ding Qingyang, but even Sima Chongkong and Yan Shuangying were staring at him. They had all personally experienced how powerful Li Chongqing was. However, when Lu Xun used the Rui sword, they did not think that Li Chongqing could win. As for the others, they did not know how terrifying Li Chongqing was. They only thought that Lu Xun would definitely win if he used the Rui sword. As for the 12 styles of the Greater Mastery sword technique that Li Chongqing mentioned, it was just a joke in their eyes. However, when the Rui sword slashed down, a sword flash condensed in Li Chongqing's hand and stabbed forward. Whoosh! With a loud bang, the sword flash of the Rui sword shattered under Li Chongqing's finger. How is this possible? Lu Xun's eyes widened and were filled with shock. However, Li Chongqing did not pay attention to him at all. He just moved his finger and condensed another sword flash, stabbing forward. Even if your spells are unprecedented, you'll still die under my Rui sword. Lu Xun gritted his teeth and suddenly cut his heart with his finger, dripping a few drops of essence blood. The essence blood was integrated into the Rui sword under his guidance. In order to deal with Li Chongqing, he activated the secret skill of the Huashan sect. This secret skill burned one's life as the price and could burst forth with power 10 times stronger than one's own strength. Lu Xun was already an expert at the peak of the innate realm. Now that he burst forth with power 10 times stronger, he was almost on par with the Vajra realm. Go to hell! Lu Xun roared and jumped high. His body was shrouded in a layer of bloody light. The sword flash condensed with unparalleled power and suddenly slashed down on Li Chongqing's head. The sword seemed to have the power to split heaven and earth. It cut the air in half and vividly displayed the power of the Huashan sect's sword principle. However, Li Chongqing was still expressionless. He gently waved his finger forward and the sword flash left his hand. The second style of the 12 sword styles of the Greater Mastery, break through. As Li Chongqing's voice fell, the sword flash suddenly burst with an unparalleled radiance. In an instant, Lu Xun's face changed drastically. He felt as if he was facing a towering mountain and he was an ant trying to shake the mountain. Even if he burst forth with power 100 times stronger, he was still insignificant compared to the mountain. How can it be so powerful? Lu Xun gritted his teeth and slashed down with the sword flash. However, the light of the Rui sword was almost instantly shattered. At the same time, a sword flash penetrated the light and shot straight at his head. Lu Xun was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly turned his body and tilted his head. Suddenly, the sword flash penetrated his shoulder. In an instant, his shoulder was dyed red with blood. His entire body was sent flying by the powerful sword chi. His head hit the ground hard. After the sword flash penetrated his shoulder, it did not fall on a big tree behind him. The tree, which was thick enough for 4 people to wrap their arms around it, burst into a pile of powder. Chapter 323. The release of internal chi is child's play compared to this. This can be called a divine ability. Everyone looked at Li Chongqing in a different light. It was too terrifying. He was just like a god. Lu Xun, the sect leader of the Huashan sect, was the champion of the previous sword Dao meet. He was extremely powerful, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the best among the sword Dao sections. However, he was still injured by Li Chongqing after using the supreme grade Rui sword of the Huashan sect. He's actually so powerful. Lu Xun clutched his shoulder and stood up from the ground. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely disheveled. He stared at Li Chongqing. Clearly, even with the Rui sword, he was no match for Li Chongqing. But shouldn't I take revenge for my son? What should I do? Should I flee or fight? Lu Xun thought quickly. At this moment, a sword light appeared on Li Chongqing's fingers again. Where there's life, there's hope. If I die here, who's going to avenge my poor son? Lu Xun made up his mind almost instantly. He stomped his foot on the ground and fled into the distance like an arrow. At the same time, the moment Lu Xun escaped, the Heart's Will sword flew out from his body. It drew a white line in the sky and slashed towards Li Chongqing. He wanted to use the Rui sword to block Li Chongqing and buy him time to escape. However, in the face of the incoming Rui sword, Li Chongqing simply smiled and opened his palm to gently grab it. All of a sudden, the Rui sword returned to Li Chongqing's palm like a fish returning to the sea. The moment it came into contact with Li Chongqing's palm, all of its power disappeared and it floated quietly in the middle of Li Chongqing's palm. How did this happen? Lu Xun, who was fleeing into the distance, turned around and saw this scene. He was scared out of his wits. For a moment, he realized that he had lost control of the Rui sword. The Rui sword had already recognized him as its master and was connected to him by heart. If he wanted to take the Rui sword away, he would have to kill him and sever the connection. However, it had now inexplicably fallen into Li Chongqing's hands. There was only one possibility, and that was that Li Chongqing's strength surpassed his by too much. Run! Lu Xun burned his life force at an extremely fast speed, leaving only a series of afterimages in the air. However, just as he was about to disappear into the distance, Li Chongqing only slowly raised his hand. A whirlpool appeared, and Lu Xun, who had already flown a few hundred meters away, found that his body seemed to be bound by an invisible string, unable to move forward at all. Then, his body retreated at a speed far faster than when he had fled. In almost the blink of an eye, he had returned to the arena. A cold hand grabbed his neck, and he wanted to break free, but found that half of the true qi in his body had disappeared, and he couldn't use even the slightest bit. This shock was no small matter. It meant that he was now a catfish on the chopping block, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It's time for everything to end. Li Chongqing's fingers slowly tightened, and with a crack, Lu Xun's head hung limply. Li Chongqing let go, and Lu Xun's entire body collapsed to the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and hatred. This was probably what it meant to die with a grievance. The previous leader of the Sword Dao Alliance, the Huashan sect master, Lu Xun, had died at the hands of Li Chongqing. I represent the Ding siblings to compete for the position of the Sword Dao Alliance's leader. If any of you are not convinced, you can come up and challenge me. Li Chongqing clapped his hands. Killing the Huashan sect master was like stepping on an ant. His gaze swept across everyone present. Whether it was the experts of the older generation or the elites of the younger generation, all of them lowered their heads, and no one dared to look directly at him. As for the few young men who were on good terms with Lu Yuanlang, they were so scared that their bodies were trembling. Guofu, in particular, lowered his head so hard that it almost reached his crotch. Li Chongqing was too terrifying. Even the Huashan sect master had died at his hands, so who would dare to provoke him? Silence, a deathly silence. From the stage to the audience, there were thousands of people present, but no one spoke. Li Chongqing's strength had completely shocked everyone. Ding Qingxue and Ding Qingxue were first surprised, then ecstatic. Li Chongqing had won, which also meant that they had won. No wonder Li Chongqing was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the ability to be arrogant. With the strength that he had just displayed, a mere Huashan sect was nothing. While Ding Qingxue and Ding Qingxue were ecstatic, they finally realized that Li Chongqing did not need to keep a low profile at all. Yan Shuangying cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Li for becoming the new leader of the Sword Dao Alliance. Congratulations to Mr. Li. Congratulations to Mr. Li." Following Yan Shuangying's statement, the other sect masters also spoke. Meanwhile, Sima Chongkong stood up in a daze and looked at Li Chongqing, who was standing in the ring. He knew that after today, the world of cultivation would change. After a long time, Sima Chongkong took a deep breath and stood up. He said to Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue, "The winner takes all. After today, I will return Shushan to you. As for myself, I will be at your disposal." Hearing Sima Chongkong's words, Ding Qingxue and Ding Qingxue were in disbelief. They had really taken back Shu Mountain sect. It was not until a long time later that she calmed down and asked, "Brother, how should we deal with him?" Hearing his sister's words, Ding Qingyang looked at Sima Chongkong and finally sighed. Although Sima Chongkong had angered their master to death and seized the position of Shu Mountain sect master, he was still their uncle master. At this moment they realized that they could no longer hate Sima Chongkong. Therefore, Ding Qingyang looked at Li Chongqing. "Mr. Li, it's up to you." "All right." Li Chongqing nodded and looked at Sima Chongkong. "You can't be the Shu Mountain sect master anymore, but I heard from Ding Qingyang that you have a lot of power in the secular world. Then, go to the secular world and be a rich man." Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Sima Chongkong was in disbelief. He originally thought that Li Chongqing would definitely kill him, but he did not expect that he would only ask him to hand over the position of Shu Mountain sect master. A moment later, he reacted and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for not killing me." After dealing with Sima Chongkong, Li Chongqing looked at Guofu and the few young men at the banquet that day. Although Li Chongqing sometimes disdained to bicker with these ants, these people had followed Lu Yuanlang to commit crimes. Who knew how many bad things they had done, especially that Guofu. Li Chongqing hated this kind of vicious woman the most. When Li Chongqing glanced at them, these people were scared out of their wits and knelt on the ground one by one. "Mr. Li, please spare us. Mr. Li, please spare us." They were really scared out of their wits. Chapter 324. You people are aiding the evildoer and doing evil. I should have taken your lives, but the heavens are virtuous. I can't be bothered to argue with you ants. Cut off a finger each. Yes. These people did not dare to say more. Li Chongqing spared their lives, which was already a great kindness. So, they cut off their fingers one by one. They were not ordinary playboys. They were martial artists. Although they were in pain, none of them made a sound. Only Guofu looked at her slender hand and did not do anything. Li Chongqing sneered, "Since you can't do it, then change the punishment." Guofu raised her head, her face showing joy, thinking that Li Chongqing had the idea of showing mercy to her. She hurriedly said, "Sir, why don't you punish me to stay by your side and be your maid, warm your bed, massage your back?" Hearing Guofu's words, Ding Qingxue, who was next to her, could not help but be disappointed. Her childhood friend had actually fallen to such an extent. "I don't lack maids, and I don't need you to warm my bed. My punishment for you is 10 years of your life." "What do you mean?" Guofu was stunned. "Could it be that this Mr. Li can take away my lifespan?" Although there were many spells in the cultivation world, she had never heard of such a spell. Not only Guofu, but the people around also looked puzzled. However, Li Chongqing did not talk nonsense and directly reached out to grab Guofu's head. "Don't kill me." Guofu thought that Li Chongqing was going to kill her. She screamed in fear and closed her eyes. However, after a few seconds, she did not feel any pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Li Chongqing had already taken his hand back. "So he was just scaring me." Guofu breathed a sigh of relief, but soon found that the people around her were looking at her strangely. Their eyes were full of pity and surprise. "What's going on?" Guofu subconsciously lowered her head to look at her palm, but she instantly screamed out loud and fell to the ground with a thump. The skin on her hands was dull and full of wrinkles. She took out a mirror from her pocket. When she saw her face clearly, she was stunned. Her face had really aged a lot. 10 years of lifespan, you really took away 10 years of my lifespan. Guofu screamed hysterically. It was a woman's nature to love beauty, but now Li Chongqing had taken away 10 years of her life, which made her lose her mind in an instant. You made me lose 10 years of my life. I'm going to kill you. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she charged towards Li Chongqing. Before he could get close, Li Chongqing grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Suddenly, Guofu felt a sense of suffocation, but no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from Li Chongqing's grasp. You shrew, taking 10 years of your lifespan is already being lenient. If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you. After saying that, Li Chongqing released his grip, and Guofu fell to the ground, panting heavily. Her eyes were filled with fear, but she no longer dared to do anything to Li Chongqing. After Guofu's incident, everyone looked at Li Chongqing with fear. It was simply too terrifying. It could actually take away a person's lifespan, which was simply unheard of. The few young men who had their fingers cut off heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to 10 years of lifespan, a finger didn't seem so important. To be able to take away a person's lifespan at will, this is a divine ability. Yan Shuangying sighed. Perhaps only the Vajra realm martial experts could use such a divine ability. The Vajra realm was known to have an indestructible body and was also the pinnacle of martial arts. This time, Yan Shuangying was completely convinced. Mr. Li has become the leader of the Sword Dao Alliance. According to tradition, the inauguration ceremony will be held in 3 months. May I know where Mr. Li is going to hold the ceremony? A Sword Dao family's patriarch asked. Generally, the inauguration ceremony of the Sword Dao Alliance's leader was designated by the previous leader, and then the cultivators in the world of cultivation were invited to attend the ceremony. However, the previous leader, Lu Sun, had been killed by Li Chongqing, so it could only be decided by Li Chongqing himself. Then let's hold it in the Mount Shu sword sect, Li Chongqing said. He represented Mount Shu, and holding it in the Mount Shu sword sect could also increase the prestige of Mount Shu. Ding Qingyang and his sister were about to take over the power of Mount Shu, and Li Chongqing's move was also to cheer them on. Sure enough, after hearing Li Chongqing's words, Ding Qingyang and his sister showed gratitude at the same time. The others present also looked at the brother and sister with envy, thinking that Mount Shu had really found a backer this time. Well, then we'll start preparing for Mr. Li's inauguration ceremony from today onward. The Sword Dao family's patriarch cupped his hands and said. Every inauguration ceremony was organized by their family. After the preparations were completed, the new leader would take out a portion of the alliance's funds as a reward. This martial Dao family relied on these rewards to maintain their livelihood. Therefore, even though he used to be loyal to Lu Sun, the sect master of the Mount Hua sect, he immediately came to curry favor with Li Chongqing after Lu Sun's death, because if he didn't do so, the entire family would not be able to survive. Well, I'll leave the inauguration ceremony to you guys. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Li Chongqing directly stepped out of the venue. It wasn't until Li Chongqing's figure disappeared from everyone's sight that the crowd came to their senses. The new leader had left just like that. However, everyone soon turned their attention to Ding Qingyang and his sister. The new leader had left, but Ding Qingyang and his sister were the new leader's trusted aides. All of a sudden, the sect masters of various sects gathered around, which made Ding Qingyang and his sister feel extremely conflicted. At that time, when they had just entered, even his master's old friends pretended not to know them. But now, they had become the object of worship of tens of thousands of people. It was hard to say what fate they would encounter in life, but all of this was thanks to Li Chongqing. After leaving Lonely Mountain Town, Li Chongqing directly took a taxi back to Qingzhou. He knew that Ding Qingyang and his sister would be very busy after taking over as the sect master of Mount Shu, so he didn't ask them to send him off. After returning to the villa in Qinzhou, Li Changxing took out the medicinal herbs and ginseng that he had obtained from Yan Shuangying in his Qiankuan bag and counted them, as well as his previous inventory. He roughly calculated that he should be able to refine a furnace of elixirs. Thus, Li Changxing took out the alchemy furnace, threw the medicinal herbs into it, and began to refine the elixirs. This time, the alchemy went very smoothly. Soon, a golden dragon pill was refined. After taking the golden dragon pill, Li Changxing felt a warm current flowing through his body. After a long time, when he had completely refined the elixir, a trace of joy appeared on his face. I've broken through to the mid-stage of the innate realm. However, at the same time, he frowned. Although he could break through to the next level quickly by taking one elixir, he knew that the more he advanced, the more terrifying the spirit qi his body needed. When the time came, he was afraid that he would need hundreds of such golden dragon pills to accumulate one level. One had to know that the spirit qi in the other world was scarce. How many ginseng and natural treasures would he need to consume to produce hundreds of golden dragon pills? He was afraid that even if Su Xiaolin, Qi Yu, and the others combined all their wealth to buy medicinal herbs, it wouldn't be enough for him to break through to the next level. This is really troublesome. Li Changxing rubbed his temples and then took out the heart-wishful sword that he had taken from Lu Sun. The palm-sized heart-wishful sword was like a swimming fish at the moment, constantly rolling around in Li Changxing's palm. The heart-wishful sword was indeed very spiritual. In Li Changxing's opinion, this kind of spirituality was not something that a top-grade magic weapon should have. I'm afraid that the heart-wishful sword is not as simple as it seems. Li Changxing was exploring the secrets of the heart-wishful sword when his phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was Yu Yuwei calling. After answering the call, he heard Yu Yuwei's anxious voice coming from the phone. "Changxing, where are you? I encountered something." Chapter 325. Don't worry, tell me slowly. What happened to you? Li Changxing said softly. I was shopping with my friends and accidentally broke a jade bracelet. They want me to pay for it, but I don't have any money. I don't dare to call my parents, so I can only call you. Where are you? Li Changxing asked. I'm in a jade shop outside Tiandi Square. Okay, I'll be there right away. Li Changxing hung up the phone, went out, took a taxi, and went straight to Tiandi Square. When he arrived at Tiandi Square, he saw Yu Yuwei standing there with her head down. Opposite her, a fat woman was pointing at her nose and scolding her loudly. Next to Yu Yuwei was a girl about the same age as her. She must be the friend that Yu Yuwei was talking about. My bracelet is very expensive. You're just a country bumpkin. You were careless when you looked at it. Now that it's broken, what do you think you should do? It's useless to lower your head and pretend to be pitiful. If you don't pay for my bracelet today, don't even think about leaving. The fat woman looked aggressive, while Yu Yuwei lowered her head and didn't speak. What's going on? At this time, Li Changxing walked in and asked. Hearing Li Changxing's voice, Yu Yuwei immediately raised her head and looked surprised. The fat woman looked Li Changxing up and down. When she saw Li Changxing's clothes, she couldn't help but look at him with disdain. I thought the pretty girl's boyfriend was a rich second generation. It turns out that he's a country bumpkin. After that, he pointed to a jade bracelet on the counter and said, Your girlfriend broke my jade bracelet. You must compensate me according to the price. How much is this jade bracelet? Li Changxing's face showed a bit of playfulness. He saw the jade bracelet as soon as he came in. He saw the traces of glue on the jade bracelet and immediately understood what was going on. It was obvious that the jade bracelet had been broken before and had been glued back together. This meant that it was a trap. Only a young girl like Yu Wei would be so easily fooled. This jade bracelet costs 300,000. The fat woman said coldly. Yu Wei's expression immediately changed. 300,000, even if her family went bankrupt, they wouldn't be able to afford it. What jade is this? 300,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? Li Chongqing said coldly. When the fat woman heard this, her face immediately darkened. Kid, what are you talking about? Your girlfriend broke the jade bracelet. Don't you want to accompany her? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a silver BMW 5 Series stop at the entrance. Then, a bald man wearing a big gold chain got out. The bald man pushed the door open and walked in aggressively. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Who is it? Who's making trouble in my shop?" When the fat woman saw the bald man, she immediately went up to him, as if she had seen her own father. Brother Wang, you're finally here. This is the girl who broke the jade bracelet. This is her boyfriend. He doesn't want to pay for it. He said that our jade bracelet is too expensive. What? Brother Wang looked at Li Chongqing from head to toe. He threw the BMW car key on the counter and stared at Li Chongqing with his hands on his waist. His face was almost touching Li Chongqing's face. He bared his teeth and asked, "What? You said that my jade bracelet is too expensive. Do you mean that you don't want to pay for it?" "I didn't say that I don't want to pay for it. It's just that this jade bracelet isn't worth 300,000. Li Chongqing said lightly. However, in the eyes of others, he was obviously scared. The woman who came with Yu Wei couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. Usually, when Yu Wei talked to her about Li Chongqing, she always had a look of worship. She said how excellent Li Chongqing was, which made her subconsciously think that as long as Yu Wei's boyfriend came, everything would be solved. But when Li Chongqing appeared and she saw Li Chongqing's appearance, she was disappointed. It was very different from the image she imagined. Li Chongqing's current performance made her even more disappointed. She felt that it was not worth it for her good friend. In the school, there were a lot of rich children who pursued Yu Wei, but Yu Wei chose such an ordinary boy. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a wolf in front of me. If you don't have 300,000, this girl is very beautiful. Let her sleep with me and the bracelet will be over. What do you think? I don't think you have any opinions. A coward like you, ugly and poor, can't even take out 30,000, let alone 300,000. As he spoke, he looked at Yu Wei with a smile. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. He couldn't help but want to reach out and touch Yu Wei's cheek. Just as he reached out, Li Chongqing slapped him to the side. Suddenly, the bald man's face showed a bit of anger. Yo, boy, you dare to hit me. A trace of satisfaction finally appeared on the face of the woman who came with Yu Wei. She thought that Yu Wei's boyfriend wasn't completely useless after all. But soon, her eyes darkened. This was because Li Chongqing's physique and the bald man's physique were not on the same level. In her opinion, even if Li Chongqing could beat the bald man, he had to pay for the broken bracelet. Even if the bald man wanted to blackmail them, there was nothing they could do. No matter where they went, they were in the wrong. The bald man rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists. Obviously, he planned to deal with Li Chongqing first. At this time, Li Chongqing said, "Didn't you say that this bracelet is worth 300,000? Okay, I'll buy it." What? When Li Chongqing said that, the bald man thought that he had heard wrong. The fat woman screamed, "You're so poor, you can take out 300,000? Dream on." Even Yu Wei's classmate couldn't help but shake her head. In her opinion, Li Chongqing was afraid that the bald man would beat him up, so he blurted it out. But if he couldn't take out 300,000, the final result couldn't be changed. "Isn't it just 300,000? I'll give it to you now, but I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend it," Li Chongqing said coldly. He took out a bank card from his pocket and put it on the counter. Swipe. This young man has a temper. Who are you trying to scare with a broken bank card? Can a poor boy like you really take out 300,000? The fat woman took Li Chongqing's bank card and swiped it on the POS machine. Then, she pointed at Li Chongqing and said, "Enter the password." 6-1. Li Chongqing said. The fat woman curled her lips and poked the machine 6 times. Then, she saw the card swipe receipt printed out, showing that the card was swiped successfully. There really is 300,000. Not only the fat woman, but even the bald man and Yu Youwei's classmate opened their eyes wide. They never thought that Li Chongqing could really take out 300,000 in such ordinary clothes. Humph! Boy, you really don't show off. The bald man licked his lips with some regret. He threw the card to Li Chongqing and waved his hand. "Get out." Chapter 326. Who knew that after he finished speaking, Li Chongqing would not move? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to treat you to supper? The bald man couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. However, Li Chongqing completely ignored his words. Instead, he pointed at the bracelet and asked, "Since I bought this bracelet, it should be mine now, right?" "Of course." The bald man chuckled. "Go back and find a professional to fix it. He can make it flawless. Although it's broken, it's still worth 300,000 yuan. After the bald man finished speaking, Li Chongqing shook his head. "What I mean is, since it's mine, I'll smash it so that you don't have to use it to blackmail people." "Who are you calling blackmailing people?" The bald man was about to explode. The fat woman also screamed, "Little bastard, watch your mouth. Be careful or you won't be able to leave this door today." However, Li Chongqing didn't seem to hear them. He directly took the bracelet from the glass display case and threw it on the ground. Then, he took out the fire extinguisher from the fire hydrant next to him and smashed it on the bracelet. This time, he used so much force that the bracelet was directly smashed into pieces. The pieces flew up. The bald man was also stunned by Li Chongqing's actions. However, he quickly reacted and said angrily, "Boy, it's fine if you smash the bracelet, but if you break my floor, you have to pay for it." "Is that so? How much is the floor?" Li Chongqing's face was a bit playful. 1,000 yuan per piece. "Okay." Li Chongqing nodded and then lowered his head. 1234, he began to count. The bald man was suddenly stunned. "What are you counting?" Even the fat woman and Yu Youwei's classmate were puzzled. At this time, Li Chongqing said, "There are a total of 200 bricks, 1,000 yuan per piece, so that's 200,000 yuan. As he spoke, he picked up the fire extinguisher and smashed it on another brick next to him. Crack! A pit suddenly appeared on the ground. "What are you doing?" The bald man hurriedly grabbed Li Chongqing's arm. "Didn't you say 1,000 for a brick? It's 200 bricks. The total is 200,000 yuan. I'll buy it." "Do you have 200,000? You bought it?" the bald man said loudly. "You can swipe and see." Li Chongqing bared his teeth and smiled. The bald man suddenly had a bad feeling. He took Li Chongqing's bank card with trembling hands and handed it to the fat woman. After the fat woman entered 6 ones, she actually swiped her card successfully. 200,000, plus the 300,000 from before, Li Chongqing's card already had 500,000. The bald man suddenly felt a little nervous. For a young man in his 20s to be able to throw out 500,000 so casually, his identity was definitely not ordinary. The baldy still wanted to say something, but Li Chongqing had already started smashing. Bang bang! Bang bang! Soon, all the tiles in the shop were smashed into pieces. At this moment, Li Chongqing stretched his waist and turned to look at the counter. "By the way, how much is the total of these jewelry and the shop?" Hearing Li Chongqing's words, the fat woman and the bald man were dumbfounded. "What does this mean? Is he going to smash the whole shop? As soon as this thought arose, Li Chongqing picked up the fire extinguisher and smashed it on the counter. Suddenly, the glass and jewelry were broken into pieces. No matter how much this shop is worth, I'll buy it. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed the surrounding counters with the fire extinguisher. The gold and silver jewelry inside, especially the many jade stones, were smashed into pieces by him. Seeing this scene, the bald man and the fat woman were stunned. Yu You's classmate was also dumbfounded. What was a nouveau riche? This was what a nouveau riche was. He bought the whole shop without saying a word and then smashed it. After smashing all the glass, Li Chongqing straightened up. Then he glanced at the fat woman and the bald man and asked, "Which one of you will go first?" "What do you mean?" The bald man and the fat woman were a little confused. "The jewelry has been bought and the shop has been smashed. Next, it's your turn." Hearing Li Chongqing's words, the bald man was furious. "Boy, don't push your luck. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have some money." The fat woman also screamed, "That's right. I'm worth 1 billion yuan. Can you afford it?" "Of course I can afford it." Li Chongqing pointed to the bank card in the fat woman's hand and said, "If I remember correctly, there should be more than 100 billion yuan in this card. I thought it would cost 10 billion yuan to smash you. I didn't expect it to be so cheap." 100 billion yuan? The fat woman and the bald man trembled at the same time, and their hearts suddenly jumped. They knew that they had really kicked an iron plate this time, and it was a very thick iron plate that even bullets could not penetrate. Yu You's classmate widened his eyes completely and thought to himself, "No wonder Yu Yue usually looks like a little fangirl when it comes to her boyfriend. Turns out that her boyfriend is so unique, so cool, and most importantly, so rich." At this moment, when Li Chongqing walked toward the bald man step by step with the fire extinguisher, the bald man was so scared that he took 3 steps back and stammered, What do you want to do?" Don't be fooled by the bald-headed man's aggressive appearance when he came in. At best, he was just a hooligan. The most money he had ever seen was in the millions. Li Chongqing had hundreds of billions in his card. How could he not be afraid? Perhaps Li Chongqing didn't look like much, but it would be as easy as moving a finger to kill him with this 100 billion. What do I want to do? Of course, I want to hit you. Li Chongqing suddenly swung the fire extinguisher. Bang! It directly hit the bald man's head. The fire extinguisher fell and blood flowed down the bald man's head. Then, the bald man's eyes rolled and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Li Chongqing looked at the fat woman. The fat woman was so scared that she collapsed to the ground and cried, "Sir, I was wrong. Don't hit me. I'll transfer it all back for you." The fat woman did not dare to take Li Chongqing's money anymore. She just wanted to return the money as soon as possible and send this god of plague away. With Li Chongqing's power, she was afraid that, as Li Chongqing said, she would not be alive to spend the money even if she had the life to take it. "Okay, you can transfer it." Li Chongqing helped Yu Yue vent her anger. After hitting the bald man, his anger subsided a lot. The fat woman hurriedly transferred the money back to Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing took the card from her hand and said coldly, "Slap yourself 200 times as your punishment." Yes. The fat woman did not dare to disobey. She immediately slapped herself on the cheek. At this moment, Li Chongqing had already walked over and held Yu You's hand. He said with a smile, "It's almost noon. You haven't eaten yet, right? What do you want to eat? I'll treat you to everything today to help you get over your shock." "I want to eat malatang." Yu You's eyes narrowed into crescents. "And I want to eat double." The female classmate next to her could not help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, "Your boyfriend is so rich, but you want to eat malatang." However, she was slightly jealous and thought to herself, "If only I had such a boyfriend." Chapter 327. After seeing Li Chongqing leave with Yu Yue, the fat woman patted her chest with lingering fear. She stood up from the ground and muttered, "That scared me to death." As she spoke, she snorted at the bald man who was lying on the ground with blood flowing out of his head. "Hey, get up. They're gone. Stop pretending," she shouted. Seeing that the bald man didn't respond, she shouted again. "All right, you're addicted to acting. Get up quickly. That devil is gone." However, the bald man still didn't respond. "What's going on?" The fat woman frowned and put her hand on the bald man's nose. "He's still breathing. Fortunately, he's still breathing," she thought and tried to pinch the bald man's philtrum. Sure enough, the bald man slowly woke up. The fat woman couldn't help but tease, "Bald man, you're too weak. He actually knocked you out." The bald man wiped the blood on his head and said with a grimace, "I didn't expect Li Chongqing to be so cruel. He actually threw a fire extinguisher at me. In order to not expose himself, I didn't dare to use magic in front of him. It hurts." The fat woman couldn't help but laugh out loud, taking pleasure in his misfortune. "All right, what are you laughing about? However, we didn't get nothing this time. It shows that Yu Yue is indeed Li Chongqing's weakness." "That's right." The fat woman nodded. "We should be able to report to the Great Elder. Li Chongqing killed our Huashan sect's leader. Every disciple of our Huashan sect is absolutely irreconcilable with him. However, he's too strong. The Great Elder wants us to capture his family and threaten him. Then, we'll find a way to force him to submit." When we left, Li Chongqing said that he was going to bring a girl to eat malatang. "We'll go directly to the girl's house and wait. Once Li Chongqing and the girl are separated, we'll capture the girl," the fat woman said. The bald man nodded. The two closed the shop and walked toward Yu Yue's neighborhood. Before this, the two had already figured out Yu Yue's background. Li Chongqing took Yu Yue and her husband to walk around the streets in the afternoon. In the evening, they took a taxi and sent Yu Yue home. After watching Yu Yue go upstairs, Li Chongqing's eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked around the building. There was only the dim light and the chirping of insects. However, in Li Chongqing's mind, he could clearly see two red dots of light. They were like raging flames burning in the darkness, incomparably eye-catching. This was the difference between cultivators and ordinary people. Cultivators' qi and blood were many times more vigorous than ordinary people's, so it was very easy to tell the difference. "You must be tired after standing guard here for an entire day. Please show yourselves," Li Chongqing said coldly. After a dozen seconds, Li Chongqing could not help but shake his head when there was no reaction from the surroundings. "Since you don't want to come out, I can only force you to come out." After saying that, Li Chongqing began to walk in a certain direction. After taking a few steps, he heard a whoosh and two figures jumped out. They were the fat woman and the bald man from the jewelry shop during the day. "When did you notice us?" the bald man asked in a deep voice. "I knew you were from Huashan sect the moment I entered the jewelry shop." "How is that possible?" The bald man and the fat woman were in disbelief. "We took the secret aura concealing pill of our sect. As long as we don't use our true qi, no one can detect us. Indeed, I didn't notice that you were cultivators, but your eyes betrayed you. It's said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. It's impossible for an ordinary person to have a pair of eyes that are filled with sharpness. Those who have such eyes are either heinous criminals or sword cultivators. Among the people I've offended recently, it seems that only the Huashan sect is a sword cultivator sect. You're very smart. It seems that we've underestimated you." The bald man and the fat woman's expressions were somewhat ugly. Firstly, it was because Li Chongqing saw through their identities. Secondly, it was because Li Chongqing clearly knew their identities and played along with them. He took the fire extinguisher and hit the bald man on the head, while the fat woman slapped herself 200 times. At this moment they were angry because they were played. I killed the Huashan sect leader. It's understandable that you came to avenge your sect leader, but you shouldn't have targeted my girlfriend. In an instant, Li Changxing's eyes turned cold. He was ready to kill. The bald man and the fat woman looked at each other and stepped on the ground almost at the same time. However, they did not attack Li Changxing. Instead, they fled like frightened birds. Li Changxing could even kill the Huashan sect leader. The two of them were just two hall masters of Huashan sect. How could they be a match for Li Changxing? You want to run? It's not that easy. Li Changxing also chased after them. Just as he moved, a beam of sword light appeared out of thin air. You finally couldn't help but make a move. At this moment, Li Changxing's footsteps were light. He turned his head and dodged lightly, causing the sword light to land on empty air. At the same time, he threw out a palm and pressed it on the opponent's chest. Immediately, the black figure spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He landed 5 meters away from Li Changxing. It was an old man holding a long sword in his hand. His hand was trembling slightly. He clutched his chest and there was a look of horror in his eyes. At this moment, the bald man and the fat woman who had escaped returned. When they saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. They did not expect that they had worked together to put on a show. They used the two of them to escape and distract Li Changxing for the Great Elder to launch a sneak attack. However, it seemed that it was a complete failure. It's a pity that you don't become actors since you like acting so much. Li Changxing sneered. Seeing the three of them faintly surrounding him in a triangle, he could not help but shake his head gently. Even your sect leader died in my hands. You want to deal with me? What a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and attacked the old man in black. The old man also raised his sword and stabbed at Li Changxing. However, under Li Changxing's palm, the sword was instantly broken from the middle. Then, Li Changxing's hand directly grabbed the black-clothed old man's neck. With a crisp crack, the black-clothed old man's body fell limply to the ground with a plop. He had been insta-killed by Li Changxing. Hiss! The fat woman and the bald man gasped at the same time. This black-clothed old man was the great elder of the Huashan sect, especially that treasured sword. It was made of refined steel and could cut through iron like mud. Even a steel plate could be pierced through. But now, it had been broken by Li Changxing's palm. Was he still human? Run! The bald man and the fat woman instantly turned into afterimages and fled in different directions. This time, they were not playing tricks. They were really running away. Li Changxing was too terrifying. Fighting with Li Changxing was no different from seeking death. Looking at the direction where the two fled, Li Changxing sneered. He did not move. He just casually pointed 2 fingers and 2 rays of sword qi flew in the air. The woman who had fled 100 meters away suddenly heard the sound of air being torn apart behind her. She turned around and raised her sword to meet the attack. However, she saw a ray of sword qi expanding in her eyes. Then, her entire head exploded into a bloody mist. Until her death, she could not understand how someone's sword qi could fly 100 meters away to kill people. Her companion, the bald man, also heard the sound of the sword qi. However, he did not turn around at all. Instead, he unleashed his potential and ran as far as he could. However, his fate did not change. A ray of sword qi pierced through his back and directly destroyed his heart. The 3 people from the Huashan sect originally wanted to capture Yu Wei to threaten Li Changxing. Now, they were all dead at the hands of Li Changxing. However, after killing the 3 people, Li Changxing did not relax. Instead, his eyes became more serious. Since the Huashan sect could make a move on Yu Wei, they could also make a move on the people around him. Jiang Tao and the others in the dormitory, as well as Chu Yaotian. At the same time, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Huashan sect had crossed his bottom line. Chapter 328. Li Changxing released his consciousness and shrouded the entire city of Qingzhou. He wanted to see if the Huashan sect had sent any other members to Qingzhou other than those three. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that there were more than 10 auras belonging to cultivators. 5 of them were the same aura as the 3 disciples of the Huashan sect that Li Changxing killed. 4 of the auras were gathered together. The other aura was in the downtown area of Qingzhou. Each of them was very powerful, even more so than Lu Sun, the Huashan sect leader that he killed. I didn't expect the Huashan sect to have so many experts. This should be the foundation of a sect. The Huashan sect really went all out to deal with me. Li Changxing smirked and blended into the night, turning into a shadow and rushing towards the place where the 4 auras gathered. At that moment, in a business hotel in Qingzhou, 4 old men sat quietly on the sofa. Each of them had an aura that was as deep as the sea. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. The Huashan sect has been in the world of cultivators for so many years, and this is the first time that our sect leader has been killed. We must avenge ourselves. The one who spoke was an old man dressed in white. Even his eyebrows were white, but his skin was like that of a baby's, making it impossible to tell his age. At first glance, he looked like he was in his 60s or 70s, but at second glance, he looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. If one were to only look at his skin, one would think that he was a teenager of 16 or 17 years old. He was the leader of the 5 protectors of the Huashan sect. His name was Bai Mei, and he became famous 60 years ago. He was the only one in the Huashan sword sect that was known for his sword skills. Sect leader Lu was an expert at the peak of the innate realm. Furthermore, he was recognized as the master of the heart-wishful sword when he went down the mountain. Yet, he was killed by a young man. I think there must be a trap. Otherwise, there is no way a young man could kill Lu Sun. The one who spoke was a man dressed in red. His name was Qi Yu, and he was also one of the 5 protectors, ranking second. Could it be that someone is plotting against our Huashan? On the surface, it seems that the young man did it, but there is actually someone else behind the scenes? The green-robed old man's name was Greenwood. He carried a wooden sword on his back. Although it was only a wooden sword, it was made from 1,000-year-old thunderstruck wood. In terms of hardness, it was even stronger than ordinary treasured swords. Moreover, if it was supplemented with a wood attribute sword art, it could explode with a very powerful power. According to my investigation, it was indeed done by that Li Changxing, and that Li Changxing is only a student of Qingzhou University, not even 20 years old. Bai Mei sighed. Impossible. The other 3 said in unison. How could a young man under the age of 20 kill Lu Sun? I don't believe it. This is the conclusion I came to after repeated investigations. It can't be wrong. Bai Mei emphasized once more. Perhaps it was an old monster who practiced a technique that allowed him to retain his youth, or perhaps he used some kind of human skin mask to make himself look younger. This is also very normal. The man in black who had been silent all this time said. His name was Xian Yi, one of the 5 guardian kings of Huashan. His swordsmanship was strange and cold, and he was one of the most terrifying among the 5 guardian kings. It doesn't matter if he is an old monster or really not even 20 years old. This time, when we go down the mountain, we must bring his head back. Where is Pejun? Bai Mei frowned. The 5 guardian kings went down the mountain together, but as soon as they entered Qingzhou, Pejun was nowhere to be seen. That guy couldn't hold it in on the mountain. He should be in the nightclub now. Xian Yi said coldly. Defeating armies said that Li Changxing is just a mere Li Changxing. Tomorrow, he will take his head back. There is nothing to study. Pejun is good at everything, but he is a little too arrogant. Bai Mei shook his head and looked at the other 3. I have already sent the Great Elder to catch Li Changxing's girlfriend. As long as we catch her, Li Changxing will have to surrender. Hearing Bai Mei's words, Red Feather shook his head. I don't think there is a need to do this at all. Let's just kill Li Chongqing and be done with it. So what if Li Chongqing is powerful? Do you think he can stop the 5 of us? Red Feather's words received the agreement of the others. Yeah, so what if he can kill Lu Sun? 2 of us Guardian Kings are more powerful than the sect leader. When the 3 of us work together, no Taoist sect can resist us. There is no need to be so scheming. Maybe I am being too cautious. Hearing their words, Bai Mei also felt that he was being too cautious. At this moment, the door to their room suddenly opened with a creak. Is Pa Jun back? The 4 of them looked up at the same time and saw a young man in casual clothes looking at them with a playful expression. You really don't have to be too cautious because it is useless. Li Chongqing walked in and sat down on the sofa. He picked up an apple on the table and started munching on it. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. Who are you? Red Feather frowned and asked. The other party was able to quietly approach their room and open the door without being discovered. This was enough to show that his strength was extraordinary. You should be Mr. Li Chongqing, right? Bai Mei stared fixedly at Li Chongqing. Although he was a cultivator, he was very good at scheming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone to test Li Chongqing and kidnap Yu Wei, even though he thought he had enough power to deal with Li Chongqing. So you are Li Chongqing. Red Feather and the others' faces instantly turned cold. We were just thinking of taking your head. We didn't expect you to come here and die. Red Feather instantly clenched the long sword in his hand. You seem to be very confident in your strength. Li Chongqing smiled faintly. In the blink of an eye, he had already eaten half of the apple. Of course, we are the Guardian Kings of Mount Hua sect. Each of us is stronger than sect master Lu Sun. Now that all 5 of us have come down the mountain at the same time, we will slaughter you like a dog. Red Feather narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Chongqing. He was indeed shocked when Li Chongqing came in just now. However, he had calmed down now. So what if Li Chongqing was powerful? 4 of the 5 Guardian Kings were here. He did not believe that Li Chongqing could overturn the situation. At this moment, Bai Mei finally spoke after a few minutes of silence. It seems that the great elder of Mount Hua and 2 other disciples have died in your hands. I originally thought that this was a well-planned operation, but I didn't expect it to fail. However, this doesn't affect anything. It was just a casual move. Since you're here tonight, there's no need for you to leave. Hearing Bai Mei's words, the others looked at Li Chongqing with a sneer. In their opinion, Li Chongqing was like a sparrow that had broken into a cage. Even if he had wings, he could not escape. Chapter 329. You keep saying that you don't take me seriously, but you're secretly accumulating your strength. You're brewing a sure kill attack, aren't you? When Li Chongqing finally finished eating the fruit, he threw the core into the trash can with a playful look on his face. Bai Mei's expression changed when he heard that. In fact, he had never underestimated Li Chongqing. It was one thing for Lu Sun to be killed by Li Chongqing, but Lu Sun was recognized as the owner of the Heart Wishful Sword. According to his investigation, the Heart Wishful Sword was in Li Chongqing's hands. No one knew the power of the Heart Wishful Sword better than he did. Ever since Li Chongqing entered, he had been secretly accumulating his strength and brewing a sure kill attack. However, he did not expect that Li Chongqing would see through him. However, he soon smiled because his spell had succeeded. Go to hell. At this moment, Bai Mei suddenly raised his head. His palm enlarged countless times and slapped down on Li Chongqing's head. At the same time, the other 3, Qi Yu, Qing Mu, and Xian Yi, also attacked together. 3 streaks of sword light and a huge palm with a whistling sound engulfed Li Chongqing. The 4 of them attacked at the same time. Sword cultivators were known for their offensive power, and the four of them cooperated well. In an instant, the temperature in the entire room became cold. Go to hell. Bai Mei looked smug. In his opinion, Li Changxing had no way to survive such an attack. Boy, it's useless no matter how talented you are. You think you have some strength, but you ran into a trap. You're really stupid. Bai Mei and the others felt that there was no suspense when the palm and sword lights landed on Li Changxing. However, Li Changxing sat there without moving, allowing their attacks to land on his body. After that, all of the attacks disappeared the instant they came into contact with Changxing's body. How could this be? Bai Mei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The other three people's faces also changed drastically. The four of them could wipe out most of the cultivation world if they joined forces. However, Li Changxing had neutralized their attacks so easily. Set up the array. The white-brow elder shouted. The others nodded. Their feet moved lightly and a magic array was instantly set up. At the same time, a sword condensed in the air and it slashed down towards Li Changxing, bringing with it a mighty sword beam. After witnessing how terrifying Li Changxing was, Bai Mei and the others did not expect this sword strike to kill Li Changxing. They only wanted to trap Li Changxing for 10 minutes and call for defeating armies to return. Only when the five of them worked together to form the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation could they unleash their full strength. Although Li Changxing's strength was terrifying, in their opinion, it wouldn't be difficult for the four of them to delay him for more than 10 minutes. After setting up the array, Bai Mei was thinking of a way to inform defeating armies when he suddenly saw Li Changxing clenching his fist and punching forward. Boom! Like a huge breach, boundless energy surged out. The carpet under his feet, the coffee table in front of him, and the chandelier above his head instantly shattered. Under the powerful fist force, the array set up by the four of them was instantly torn apart. They spat out blood and retreated with horror in their eyes. Could he be a Vajra realm expert? The four of them were at the peak of the inborn realm. Because they had been cultivating for a long time, they were more powerful than ordinary peak inborn realm experts. Only a Vajra realm expert could break the array set up by the four of them. Since the four of you want to kill me, I'll send you on your way now, Li Changxing said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a beam of sword light appeared and the four heads flew into the air. You came to this world and died under the sword Dao today. You didn't come to this world in vain. As soon as Li Changxing finished speaking, he turned around, opened the window, and jumped out. There were a total of 5 experts from the Huashan sect who came to Qingzhou. Now that he had killed 4 of them, there was still one left. Li Changxing naturally wouldn't let him go. At this moment, in a bar somewhere in Qingzhou. Because it was late at night, the bar was at its busiest. Crazy music, flashing lights, swaying waists, and surging hormones were playing. At this moment, 2 beautiful women were sitting opposite each other on the second floor of the bar. There were 6 or 7 bottles of beer on the table. If Li Changxing was here, he would recognize the 2 women as people he knew. One was Xiaolin, the daughter of the Qing gang's leader. The other was He Lei, the daughter of Qi Yu's subordinate who left angrily after being reprimanded by Qi Xian because of Li Changxing at the banquet in Suzhou. What Li Changxing didn't expect was that the 2 women came to Qingzhou for him. Xiaolin not only knew Qi Xian, but also He Lei. At first, because Qi Xian liked Xiaolin and He Lei liked Qi Xian, He Lei was somewhat hostile to Xiaolin. However, after knowing that Xiaolin didn't have any feelings for Qi Xian, He Lei stopped being hostile to Xiaolin. What was more coincidental was that the 2 of them came to Qingzhou together tonight and met in the same bar. He couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of fate. He Lei, what are you doing in Qingzhou? As far as I know, you don't have any friends in Qingzhou. Xiaolin took a sip of beer and asked in confusion. I'm here to vent my anger. Brother Xian has always been very tolerant of me, but last time in Suzhou, he actually fell out with me because of a man. That man is studying in Qingzhou. I'm here to find someone to teach him a lesson. Xiao Lin abruptly raised her head when she heard He Lei's words. You're not here to find trouble with Li Chongqing, are you? Yes, he's called Li Chongqing. He Lei nodded and then asked in confusion, Xiao Lin, how do you know about Li Chongqing? Xiao Lin immediately laughed bitterly. I came to Qingzhou for Li Chongqing, but not for revenge, but to learn. He Lei listened to my advice. That Li Chongqing isn't someone you can provoke. What? He Lei chuckled when she heard Xiao Lin's words. Miss Xia, you're still the daughter of the Qin gang's leader. How can you say such things to me? I've indeed heard a bit about Li Chongqing. He's very powerful to be able to catch 8 crossbow bolts with his bare hands, but so what? I've brought a few experts under my father this time. They can definitely take care of him. It's not that simple. Xiao Lin shook her head. Catching 8 crossbow bolts with his bare hands is nothing. Li Chongqing is powerful because he's an immortal cultivator. He knows magic. What did you say? Ah. He Lei couldn't help but laugh out loud. She laughed so hard that she was rocking back and forth, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. I say, Miss Xia, although I know you're obsessed with seeking immortality, I didn't think that your brain would become dull because of this. Immortal magic? There's no such thing as magic in this world. Can you stop teasing me? Other than you, who would believe it? I'm telling the truth. Xiao Lin insisted. TSK. He Lei laughed even louder. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.